Hey there. So this is the forecast, my astrological forecast for the week starting Monday, the 2nd of September, taking us all the way to Sunday, the 8th of September. Now, this is a week ahead where we've got Mars going into the sign of Cancer. We've also got a new moon in Virgo. And we've also got some interesting aspects. For instance, Mars going into a square with Neptune is quite an ouchy one. We've also got Venus in a conjunction with the South Node, which I'm going to be talking about with some gusto. So yeah, let's have a look now. If you're new to this channel, welcome. I hope you find that this is useful. If you are coming back, then thanks so much for coming back. In fact, I just want to say a big thank you to everybody who supports the channel in all of their different ways. All of these people here, kind people, have all given me a donation of some sort. So thank you so much. You really help this to happen. I really appreciate you. Okay, so this week then, Monday the 2nd to Sunday the 8th, we are starting the week with the moon in Leo, soon after going to moon in Virgo, where we've got the new moon on the 3rd, if you are in the UK or to the east of the UK, or it's happening right at the end of the day on the 2nd, if you're in America, for instance. And then it goes all the way through to Scorpio at the end of the week. Now, this is moving us into a new moon and then a waxing crescent phase. So we are, in terms of the energy of this week ahead, is absolutely about new starts and also getting into a new growth cycle. So slow at the beginning as we're at the new moon, and then it starts to grow and grow and grow. So you might also want to, as you're planning your week ahead, is to orient yourself to the energy of going from standstill and starting to move. So anything you can do, if you're watching this the day before, I'm releasing this on Sunday, the 1st of September. If you're listening to this, now is actually the time to completely empty yourself. Now, like if you are wanting to let go of anything in a dietary way, with the new moon in Virgo, using that energy to, get into a better sort of health situation, you might choose to actually let go of your habit the day before. So whilst we're still in the sort of letting go phase of the waning moon, then you are absolutely aligning the cutting off of the old habit into the waning phase, and then you've got your fresh new start at the time of the new moon. So that's probably what I would do if I was in your shoes. So I'm thinking of doing that later on with coffee today. FYI, I didn't manage it in a previous moon cycle, but I will get there. In this week ahead as well, we've got quite a few really busy days and a couple of kind of slightly gentle days. I guess the things that I want to really point out is we've got this Mars square Neptune energy, which is pretty big, and also Venus in a conjunction with the South Node. That is actually on the 3rd and 4th, according to where you are in the world. The Mars going into the sign of Cancer is pretty strong. The Mercury in a square to Uranus is also something that would get my attention. And also the Sun in an opposition to Saturn is also happening later on this week. So these are going to be coming up in the forecast. In this video, I'm going to be looking at the sort of planetary picture for the week ahead, and then break it down into the 12 sign forecast. So, if you are wanting to look at your sun sign and your moon sign and your ascendant, then just check out each of the forecasts. They all work from whichever perspective you want to listen to them from. So the first one that I really want to consider is the energy of Venus in a conjunction to the South Node. It's happening on the 3rd and the 4th, and I see it as sort of moving on and making cuts. Anything that is in a conjunction with the South Node is at some level bringing your attention back to the past. It's bringing your attention to something that you were good at in the past, or a situation that happened in the past. When I look at the nodes, you've got the South Node on one side, then you've got the North Node on the other, and you've got this midpoint here, and I always think this is where you are, and my question to you is, are you facing from your position? Are you always looking back at the past? Are you facing in the direction of the past? or are you facing in the direction of your future? Where do you have your past and future? For those, like, if you've done timeline therapy, you'll know exactly what I'm referring to here. But, are you oriented to the past? Have you got your past behind you and your future ahead of you or not? I think the planets that come into an alignment with the South Node, or if the South Node is coming into an alignment on one of your personal planets in your birth chart, then there is something that you're aligning to in the past that you might choose to have another look and then think, that was good, that was bad, and now it's time to let go of that. Because when we're holding on to the past, we are tying ourselves down, we are holding ourselves back. It makes it very, very difficult for us to walk into the direction of our future. There's this technology called Access Consciousness, which I really, really quite appreciate. And there are many different people whose podcasts you can listen to, but I quite like listening from time to time to the podcasts of Dr. Dane here. And he's always saying things such as, anywhere where you're held back by X, Y, and Z, will you destroy and uncreate that? Will you let go of that? Because he understands that, what we are resisting letting go of is persisting in our experience. So in fact, the more freedom we can have in our current state of being, the easier it is to just step forwards. Nothing is tying us down to any position. So I think the South Node is always very, very important to pay attention to. And so here we've got Venus, and Venus is very much about our relations. Who are we related to? How are we relating to others? What are our relationships like? And what are the feelings that come up between us? What is the movement, the flow between energy between you and somebody else, or you and a project? It's flowing, it's creative, it's an expression of relatedness between you and something else or someone else. So, this particular conjunction between Venus and the South Node is also in a conjunction with Juno. Now, Juno is the goddess of marriage. She's also known as Hera. She was actually married to her brother, Zeus. The mythology is kind of interesting with they were all kind of in and out of relationships with each other, but she's a goddess of marriage. She is an image of what we're committed to, what we're dedicated to emotionally, what we don't want to let go of, also what we might get a bit jealous of sometimes. Juno can sometimes show the other woman. So it might be that the past and past fidelity or infidelity comes up as a theme this week. Our exes, in terms of how did we leave our previous relationships, even if they're like long gone, like 20 years ago, 30 years ago, what of your old relationships are still lingering? And, what is lingering for good reason and what's not? And for good reason, I'm not necessarily saying you should still hold on to it, but what can you recognize was good? What can you recognize about your relationship that worked? What can you recognize was a good habit? What can you recognize was a good way of being in terms of relating to the other person? So what I put to you is, you could choose to see this time as a gift of some sort, the gift of the understanding of what that relationship was there for. Not all relationships work out. Most don't, in fact. And maybe them not working out is exactly as it was meant to work out. Maybe that relationship was there for a specific period of time, where you came together to learn some painful truths and hopefully some good ones as well. So I think, whatever is connecting to the South Node, whether in a current transit or it's, the South Node is over one of your planets, or a planet is over your South Node right now, what is it that you are ready to let go of? What are you ready to cut away from, recognize that work that didn't, and then see it as the gift that it is and let it go. So whatever you might do, I mean, if you have some form of ceremony that you do, or a way of being, in terms of processing stuff, this is the perfect opportunity to do it. However, you might also just choose to look at it with some gratitude. Venus is all about gratitude. Venus is about love and connection and gratitude and flow. And of course, when you're cutting away from things, it is kind of stopping the flow, which kind of works against the energy of Venus. So you might also choose to just think, it's over. And instead of cutting it out, in terms of how you're seeing it, send it love, send it forgiveness, send it gratitude, send it peace, send it joy, send the relationship or the memory or whatever it is, something kind, something that, you know, whatever works best for you. I think I would favor that one, sending kindness and thanks and gratitude. But again, a lot of it depends on how fresh it is in your mind, how accomplished you are at doing that, and how prepared you are. I mean, you might genuinely not see it as that. So, you know, at these times with Venus and the South Node, the past seems to reassert itself, in particular, the past and our relationships. So, you know, it's your responsibility to use it as and how you want to use that energy. And it could be liberating. It could be really beneficial. So there you go. I also think you might recognize things about a past you, you know, so there might be a past you that maybe needs to come back. So for instance, it might not be about your partner, but you might have some misgivings about how you were in the past, and how you might want to forgive yourself for not knowing, you know, and give yourself a bit of love. You know, how we sometimes fall out of ourselves. You know, the story of like Lilith or Aries, all those suppressed females archetypes that we might be carrying around. You know, if you believe that you can sort of partition off a little bit of yourself, you know, something terrible happens, and so this little partition goes down, and this bit is a no-go area. You no longer talk about this. But there is a side to you, there is a part of you, there is a part in your psyche that still does have this and is trapped with it. You know, so you may well have these little partitions of you in different parts, you know, that you can access and send a bit of love to. You might recognize you have shut down a little bit, and this could also be the reconnection to a part of you in the past that you're now ready to work with, forgive, love, bring back, learn from, you know, so all these different possibilities. Now, Venus is also in what's known as a kite. There it is. So she's in a trine with Uranus and Pluto, which I spoke about in last week's forecast. So there's an innovation of feelings, a sort of excitement of feelings, memories of feelings, lots of sort of telepathic energy between you and people that you're related to. There could be an excited uprush of a relation feeling. And then with Pluto, there's a depth, a desire to relate at a much deeper level. And then there's this opposition between Venus. Now, this opposition is easing off. There is this opposition of sort of Neptune to Venus, which can bring up some too good to be true kind of energies. And it can be super spiritual, and it can be a real sort of like oneness bliss kind of thing. And also, I still would say there's so much rampant idealism that can come up between Venus and Neptune, especially in this really testing opposition. I would say be careful what you wish for in terms of your relatedness. Anywhere where I felt idealistic in my relationships last week, boy, did I get a sharp wake up call. It was actually quite a tough experience, I have to say. I should caveat that this particular T-square or this particular opposition between Venus and Neptune last week was exactly in a square to my Sun and Mercury. So, you know, it was likely to affect me. Boy, I didn't realize quite where my own idealism in relationships was going to kind of bite me on the butt. The idea of themes of like going above and beyond for other people, the ideas of disappointment when other people aren't kind of matching your own ideas. And it also brings up the idea of unconditional love. You know, is unconditional love actually practical? Is unconditional love easy? Maybe unconditional love is actually letting people be themselves and you allowing yourself to be yourself. So I do think this, from my own recent experience, I would say that Venus in an opposition to Neptune can really bring up confusion as what is yours and where does your relationship begin and end? You know, the whole idea of a relationship, we have the idea is that there is this sharing going on, And yet, if we put all of it into sharing with this idea of unconditional energy, what happens if one of you is dysfunctional? And that, I'm not saying that because I think, my husband's dysfunctional. I was looking at my own dysfunction. So like people pleasing can come into this, where you might over people please. So Venus and Neptune, really watch your boundaries. It's still going on right now. So yeah, all of those energies, because, this Venus and Pluto is making us want to go deeper into the relationship, deeper into the relatedness, whilst Venus and Neptune you almost want to be cautious about the depth. So it's a balancing act. Like, can you go deep into a relationship whilst you are blinkered, whilst you're not seeing the truth of it, whilst you are maybe going above and beyond, or maybe being ultra spiritual? Like, there are so many different ways of hexing your relationship with idealistic ideas as to what a relationship is. And maybe it's the truth of the relationship and seeing the truth of you and seeing the truth of your partner that actually does allow you to go deeper into it in quite a sudden and unexpected way. So I think there's still stuff going on with our relationships that can allow us to go deeper and hopefully stronger. And now, obviously, Venus is in a conjunction with the South Node. So we're able to remember the hindsight of our previous relationships too. This is all connected. I think as we come out of this phase, we're in a much stronger position, because we have felt it up close and personal right now. And we've been reminded of the past too. Now, I should also mention, because Venus is also in another pattern, and that is that she is in a square to Mars. And Mars is also in a square to Neptune, which I mentioned at the start. So like now we've got Mars and Neptune in a square. Now, again, Neptune is about our idealism and our creativity and our spirituality. And it's unboundaried, whereas Mars is very boundaried, and Mars wants to take action, really take action. And Mars wants to make his mark. Mars really wants to have his needs met. And with Neptune, you may well find that the needs cannot be met, or that your needs go on forever. Like, you could be like, my husband sometimes says to me, okay, if this need got met right now, would that be the end of it? And it's a really, really good question, because he recognizes, sometimes when we are working from a place of need, you can never, ever get all of your needs met. If you are in that story of not having needs met, it creates this kind of dissatisfaction. Like if you were to write a list of I don't know, loads of things that you wanted in life, and had that as the gold standard of, then my needs will be met, everything will be okay. The thing is, how can your needs be met in this exact moment? How can you be completely happy in this moment? If you're completely happy in this moment right now, that might actually allow your needs to be met to a much better degree, in a much more realistic way. So, at some level here, Mars is absolutely wanting to go out and do stuff, and is wanting to be met, be seen, be heard. Mars is very, very direct. And coming up with Neptune, it's very difficult for Mars to completely interact. Mars absolutely needs to feel the impact of his actions. And Neptune here is so kind of wishy-washy at times, and so creative. Very, very, very tricky. So if you are, and then you've got Venus in this as well. So you might find, with your relationships, that the person within your relationship that is more of the doer, and the person that boldly claims things and takes things and knows what they want, and the partner who doesn't know what they want so much, that the whole sort of mechanics of the relationship kind of unravel before you, where you see each other's strategies, you see each other's what are they called? Self-sabotage. It's all laid bare. Neptune is there, not really satisfying the needs of anyone. So this is a very, very tense time, I would say, if you're trying to work deeper in your relationship, and are hoping to do it without having to break a sweat. I think things are really coming up to be recognized. And of course, the happier you are in your relationship, the safer you are in the relationship, the more likely these conversations are going to come up. So you might be really feeling quite peaceful, and you've signaled to your unconscious mind, yeah, this is a really safe time to go that little bit deeper about getting my needs met. And then boom, up comes this really strong and sometimes difficult conversation to have. So yeah, lots going on there, really going on. Because also Mars, not only is he in a square to Neptune and in a square to Venus, but he's also in a square to the nodes. So that's going on. That, you know, this is a very sort of strong dynamic right now. And then we've also got Venus and Neptune and Venus and the nodes in a square to Ceres. And Ceres is about getting looked after and also looking after others. So then we've got another form of need expression going on. You know, do we want to be looked after? Do we want somebody to nurture us? I must just thank my husband. You know, he is meeting my needs, making sure I can do astrology, but also still eat. So, you know, are you being nourished? Are you being looked after? Do you feel like you're being supported to be who you are? And also, where do you have to look after yourself? So needs are absolutely high on the agenda. And of course, if you've got something like I do at the end of the mutable signs, I've got my sun here, or here at the end of Gemini, or here at the end of Virgo. Or if you've got something at the beginning of the cardinals, so we've got Libra, we've got Capricorn, we've got Aries, and we've got Cancer. If you've got something, you know, from say 28 degrees in a mutable to say 4 degrees in a cardinal, these very tense sets of squares, including the nodes, including Mars and Venus and Neptune and Ceres, are likely to get your attention. So I'm just going to pause and have a little bit of food and sustenance, and I'm going to carry on. So that's Venus in the South Node when we're actually looking at the chart. But let's have a look at the Sabian symbol of what Venus and the South Node are representing. So if we wanted to understand a little bit about our relationships to each other, our needs, etc., and how they all fit into the bigger picture, what would the Sabian symbol be saying about this particular degree? So these are both at 6 degrees 40 in the sign of Libra. So I've gone to Linda Hill's website called sabiansymbols.com, and in her Find My Sabian Symbol program, I've put in 6 and Libra and hit enter, and it automatically rounds it up to the next number. And the Sabian symbol for where Venus and the South Node is Libra 7, and it's called, and I love the names of these, by the way, a person feeding chickens and protecting them from the hawks. So this symbol shows someone who nourishes and protects and feels a sense of being in charge and being responsible for those who can't look after themselves. There is probably the need to look after those in care. This is so hilarious. Whether persons, things, or ideas, there could be dangers that no one else seems to be taking things seriously. However, your efforts to protect and nourish will be rewarded in the future. Feeding, nourishing, and protecting those around you will pay off sometimes in unexpected ways. There's a need to be careful not to favor some far more than others, or to take too much on, i.e. people pleasing, or feel responsible for everything and everyone, as this can exhaust and limit what you're trying to accomplish. Nurturance, protection, and guardianship, shielding the innocents, stopping the bad guys, being firm with outsiders, providing shelter, being on the lookout for changes. And then the thing to really watch out for is if this energy is going on too much, you'll know it, because there's overprotection, not coping with problems, not allowing others to grow up, being picked on, so feeling like a victim, seeing the world as a big scary place, attacking others, and favoritism. So I love that. That really ties in. Isn't it funny how these Sabian symbols nearly always, or actually every time I've looked at them, there's been a direct correlation to how the planets are expressing themselves. So I absolutely love that. So again, that might help you in understanding what's going on for you in your relationships right now, what you can move away from, what you can thank yourself for and congratulate yourself for. So that is an ongoing thing. Now, this is really felt in its entirety towards the end of the 3rd and the beginning of the 4th of September. But of course, these energies are going on all week, really, because as these two are moving closer and closer together, they're also moving beyond each other, but at a speed that is taking a good few days. So this is an energy that we've got really coming on this whole week. So anyway, let's have a look at Mars going into Cancer then, because I did say that was really important too. So Mars is going into Cancer on September the 4th. So again, it's the same time as this is going on with Venus and the South Node. He's going into Cancer on September the 4th and going into Leo on November the 4th. So you see, this is the Mars cycle. This is the current Mars cycle that we're in. And you can check this out if you go to astro-seek.com and look under planetary, I think it's planetary cycles. And then you pick your planet and it will bring it up. You have to put in a date range, or like you have to put in a date that exists between the start of this cycle and the end of this cycle. And the start of this cycle is always aligned to when Mars goes into Aries, or the planet goes into Aries. So it started on the 1st of May this year, and it goes right the way through until April the 10th, 2026. So just from that, you know that there's just over like 2 and a little bit years to the Mars cycle. And you'll see that it's ordinarily, it's quite evenly spaced, but coming up to the time of the retrograde, you'll get a much bigger expression of 1 or 2, possibly 3 signs. So I've also put in the dates of the retrogrades, which starts on December the 6th in the sign of Leo, and it goes back to February 24. It's retrograde until the 24th of February 2025 before it goes direct again. So you know that's why these are so much bigger than the other signs. You know, Mars is going to be around this point a lot, you know, so he goes retrograde at 6 degrees in the sign of Leo and back to 17 degrees in the sign of Cancer, which, you know, is quite a lot of the way through Cancer before he goes forwards again. Now, it just so happens that Pluto is dancing in between the sign of Capricorn and Aquarius. Like just last week, actually, it's today, not last week. In last week's forecast for today, Pluto is going retrograde into the sign of Capricorn, and he's going to be there until the 19th of November when he goes forward into Aquarius. But he's so slow moving that he's going to be on the cusp here. So what is going to happen then as Mars comes over this cusp later on this year and then goes back over this cusp and then goes forwards over this cusp again? He's going to be in opposition to Pluto. So, you know, it's worth being aware of that. If you've got a lot of Scorpio in your chart, if you've got your moon in Scorpio, if you've got your sun in Scorpio, if you've got your rising sign in Scorpio, Scorpio has 2 planetary rulers according to whether you're traditional or modern in your approach to astrology. But one of them is Mars. The other is Pluto. So, you know, as Mars is down here and Pluto's up here, and you can see that they are making 3 exact oppositions during you know this during November 2024 until the end of April 2025. But even when they've come out of their exact oppositions, you know, it's going to take a little while for them to fully come out of their opposition. So, you know, this is an interesting element. You know, Mars is about our yang, our ability to take action, our ability to defend ourselves It is the god of war. So, he is all about defense, but also about attack as well. But Mars is very human, very much like defending your own boundaries. It is your desire to exist. It's your survival. It's you thriving. It is your vitality. And then Pluto that is over here, like Pluto has themes of control, like complete control. Pluto, I think, shows us the lengths we will go to have control. Like, how far will we go? In some people's charts, you can see that Pluto is so strong that these people may well go to massive events to get their own way, like massive lengths. You might also find that they do the opposite, like they're so sensitive to other people controlling them that they will do anything and everything to avoid control. So with Pluto, there is a big control thing going on. And with Mars, there's a big taking action theme. And in opposition, and Pluto also has not just control, but also transformation and power. Power is a really, really key word. And so Pluto often shows us an archetype outside of our life, like a government, an official, our boss, a parent figure maybe, or a teacher, or somebody who seems outside of your outside of your own control base. It's almost like a power source that is coming from outside of what we can control. So that's why I think Pluto sometimes, we have really big issues with Pluto, because it seems like something that we can't control, and yet we also want to survive. So this is really, really difficult. Now, if you look historically, and I will do when I actually do a video about these, but I have tracked the oppositions before, and on and around the times of these oppositions, there's usually rioting, terror attacks. There is a feeling of deep unrest where people are taking action against a supposed power. Now, what I find really quite difficult and unsurprising, sadly, on November the 3rd is the first of these oppositions. And if you look at them, they start in the sign of Cancer and Capricorn. And then, the next opposition is when they're in Aquarius and Leo, and then Aquarius and Leo again. So from the very first opposition to the last one at the end of April, there is a very strong process that is going on that is changing as we're going through it. So this is a very, very strong archetype. If you've got strong Pluto and strong Mars in your chart, if you're born with the opposition or the square, for instance, that's likely, or if you've got them together in your chart, that's likely to really bring up some strong themes as well. So just to be aware of that. But, it's interesting. So Mars is coming into the sign of Cancer on the 4th. So coming into the sign of Cancer this week. Now, if you think of Cancer like the crab, they're fiercely protective. They're all about home, all about children, definitely protecting children. They, the sign of Cancer is about being at the heart of the family, and being the kind of the mom, the parent, the guardian of the family. They've got defensive maneuvers. They've got the pincers ready, but they will try and hide their family first, which I think is quite a mum thing. Mums will hide, whereas the dads are more likely to stand at the edge of the boundary to make sure nobody gets in. So the sort of hiding thing comes first before the inevitable attack if they need to. So I think with Mars going into the sign of Cancer, which is very protective, we are getting some fiercely protective, loyal energy coming up within our family. This is an energy of families wanting to protect themselves, to feel powerful within the family, defending innocence, defending children and animals as well. Also defending the little people. So if we consider our communities to be families as well, we will want to protect the innocence within our own communities. And people are very crabby, short in temper, like they're not necessarily very, very patient. Mars in the sign of Cancer is particularly crabby. Anything that's kind of fired up in the sign of Cancer, I think, can get very moody. Cancer is known for being quite a moody sign. So there's likely to be a sort of intense brooding kind of sort of intense energy, and very defensive, emotional outbursts and movements. I say movement because obviously Mars is about moving forwards. So this is a very, very strong area that's coming up. And so, you know, in the forecast, I'm going to look at where Cancer is in your chart, or where Mars going into Cancer is likely to affect you, you know. And if you've got a strong Pluto or Mars, or a strong Scorpio, or a Scorpio angle, you might want to consider this. Also, if you've got something in your chart right at the end of Capricorn, beginning of Aquarius, and right at the end of Cancer, beginning of Leo, again, you're going to want to really pay attention to this series of oppositions that is coming up. So let's have a look at the Sabian symbol for Mars going into Cancer. I really like this because, you know, the first degree of Cancer, you know, like going into the sign of Cancer, is one of the quarter points, the turning points, the season changer. Like 0 Cancer is equivalent to the June solstice. You know, it's when the sun passes into the sign of Cancer. You know, that's when summer starts in the northern hemisphere and when winter starts in the southern hemisphere. So it's one of these important degrees. So this degree represents, on a ship, the sailors lower an old flag and raise a new one. This symbol implies a time of dropping the old whilst adopting the new. To lower an old flag and raise a new one marks real turning points in one's life. Something is changing, possibly dramatically. Mars is there. And the transformation should be taken seriously. Something that was once useful or valuable is or has ended, and something brand new is beginning or emerging. There should be a symbolic gesture or expression of this change of allegiance. It may help to run in any new ideas or plans up the flagpole to see if anybody salutes. You could change countries, professions, relationships, as these are all very significant times. Changing loyalties, turning points in obligations or duties, announcing new standards, letting go of old allegiances and taking up new ones, divorces, marriages, shifts. Quickly rejecting the old just for the sake of change. That's like if you're going too far with this energy. Fickleness, not sticking with things long enough to win the rewards of longevity or loyalty. Mutiny. So isn't that interesting that the energy of mutiny, or the energy of saying goodbye to something, you know, like letting go of something, is and welcoming something else, like changing allegiance, or announcing new standards, changing loyalties, turning points in obligations or duties. You know, Mars is a very active planet, so you know he is about taking action. So I do think that over the next September, so we've got October, November, so the next 2 months, I think. Yes, so it's next 2 months that he's in the sign of Cancer. And then he's going to be retrograde for 79 days, by the way, which is a really long time. There's going to be a lot to do with these new loyalties. There's going to be lots to do with the changes that you're taking action on, and the old that you're letting go of. And I think the things that you're letting go of are for protective, home-based reasons. So, yeah, fascinating times. So let's just have a quick rundown, and then I will look at the week by week like sign by sign forecasts. So Monday, then we've got Moon in a sextile to Mars, Moon going into Virgo, and then in a trine to Chiron. I think overall, as the day goes, we should be feeling quite energetic, and also being open to having discussions about things that aren't quite right. So trust that you can have those conversations. You know, with the Moon in Virgo, it will be quite analytical as opposed to emotional. So it might be quite a good time to get things off your chest in a calm way. And you might also want to prepare for the new Moon in Virgo. Really think about the energy that you're, I want to say intending, but you know, there's something about creating intentions that implies that you haven't already done it, or that it's not already in your energy field. So, you know, I guess I probably want to change my language in terms of intentions to like sort of being who you're being, you know. So like you might want to get into the energy field of that which you are choosing for yourself. And being and stating and declaring. So, you know, the new Moon in Virgo, as it's coming in, be the energy that you want to be. Of course, we've got this Mars square Neptune energy where we may well be feeling that we're wanting to take action on things, but not quite knowing how far to go. And the relationships attached to that could really have something to do with that. The moon is also in an opposition to Saturn and in a square to Jupiter during this time. So there's a few different authority shifts going on as well. So there's a lot of stuff that could be quite tense on the 3rd. And then, you know, between the 3rd and the 4th, Venus goes into a conjunction with Saturn. So I really think that Tuesday the 3rd and Wednesday the 4th are really full of discussions about getting your needs met or not. I do think that if you are particularly psychic or empathic, you may have already done and dusted this, you know, so I know I'm one of them, but I know a few people that feel things a couple of days before they come in, so that by the time these come in, you've already kind of cleared and completed on it. So if you're already aware of that, that's kind of good news. Wednesday, then the 4th, the moon's in a trine with Uranus, which is quite exciting. Then it's in an opposition to Neptune, which is kind of you might just feel a little bit sometimes like moon in an opposition to Neptune, you might just feel a bit flat, not quite know what you're feeling. I always see it as a bit of a mystery feeling. The good thing is the moon is always passing and moving on, which is quite good. And then a square with Mars, so things get fired up again. You know, you start to get that pep, that feeling of ready to fight, ready to take on a new challenge. And then the moon is in a trine to Pluto. So there's a lot going on before she goes into Libra and Mars goes into a Cancer. So I think the 3rd and the 4th are absolutely kind of like the sorting out of relationships in terms of this week ahead. And then Thursday the 5th, I just think as the moon goes into a conjunction with Venus and the moon is also in the sign of Libra, you should probably just leave things to be, not put too much into your day, just enjoy being yourself. And then Friday, we've got moon in a trine to Jupiter in an opposition to Chiron and sextile Mercury. Now, the opposition to Chiron can sometimes bring up a feeling of a fleeting feeling of vulnerability. But with the moon in a trine to Jupiter and also a sextile to Mercury, there's also a feeling of friendship and support. So I think you can go to those vulnerable places. Don't be worried about that. And then Saturday the 7th, the moon is moving out of Libra and into Scorpio. So it's about to get strong again. And then we've got a couple of days, so Saturday and Sunday, with some really strong, big energy. Mercury in a square to Uranus, I think, is absolutely showing us just how open and telepathic we are. How open are we to new ideas? How open are we to new possibilities? You might be bristling. You know, the moon is in the square to Pluto. It's also going into Scorpio, which is a kind of similar energy, I think, you know, where we're activating things like themes of power. The moon also in a trine to Mars is also showing us our power. And so, you know, are you going to have, with this Mercury square Uranus, are you going to get your power from discussing ideas and sharing ideas and being part of innovation? Or are you going to be bristling at the suddenness of new ideas? And then on Sunday the 8th, the sun in an opposition to Saturn is a time when we want to know what we're taking responsibility for and know what we're not. We don't want to take on things that are too much. And also Mercury in a quincunx to Neptune, I think is also showing that maybe the things we're taking on have no end to them. It's a time to discuss what we have taken on and get really, really clear, just so you know that you're not being mugged, you're not doing more than you're actually happy to do. To me, it feels like there's a bit of a subtext going on around Saturday and Sunday. So there you go. That's how I see the planetary breakdown on a day-by-day basis. But like I said, let's move through and have a look at each of the star signs separately. Hey there, Aries. This is your forecast taking you from the 2nd of September to Sunday, the 8th of September. Now, this is quite an important week. In this week, we've got the new moon in Virgo at 11 degrees. in the sign of Virgo in opposition to Saturn, which obviously is quite a big energy. We've also got Mars, which is your ruling planet, going into the sign of Cancer, where it's going to be for the next 2 months. So that's happening on the 4th. That's also a very sort of important thing to mention. Between the 3rd and the 4th, we've also got Venus in a conjunction to the South Node. That's taking place here in your birth chart. And we're also going through the new moon and into the waxing crescent phase of the current moon cycle, taking the moon from the end of Leo right the way through to pretty much the end of Scorpio. So I'll be talking about that. And also, I think the T-square between Mars in his new position in the sign of Cancer, in a T-square to Neptune, and also Venus and the South Node. This is a really quite strong energy to be working on. So there's a lot of good things and interesting patterns going on this week, Aries. So let's get cracking. First things first then, this is a waxing crescent phase following the new moon. So really, as you're coming into the end of the week, we're almost at a standstill. We are right at the end of the previous moon cycle. So the moon is the light has completely gone almost. We're almost at that period of the new moon where everything appears to just like disappear. So as you're starting the week on the 2nd, I really think that the first day is a good day to recognize what you're letting go of. What was going on last week that you no longer want to hold on to. It's kind of gone for you. You're moving away from it. Just refocus your energy. On the 3rd, when we've got the new moon, which is taking place in the sign of Virgo, it's really highlighting all aspects of your life to do with getting your life back on track. If you haven't been paying attention, if you haven't been looking after yourself, then this is a particularly organizing new moon. This is one where all of a sudden you can manage lots of things at the same time. So to me, it feels like your focus is naturally going outwards, away from your internal body, your internal emotional state, but going out into your life, out into your world to see what is working, what's been left to lapse, and what you need to really focus on. And usually the head topics are health and diet, exercise, the home and your money. And of course, once you've got all of those worked out, if anyone can ever get those worked out, by the way, I'll just put that in as a caveat. How does that affect the rest of your life? Because the Virgo energy is also about giving back and to be of help. So I don't know if you organizing your life a bit better is somehow helping others, or you getting your health in gear is likely to help others too. But the helping others is still quite a big energy as well. And an interesting one from an Aries perspective. So they might be useful thoughts to have in mind as you're coming into the moment of the new moon. So really from the start of the week on the 2nd, right the way through to the time of the new moon. Thereafter, the moon is starting to come back. It's starting to grow again. It's going into the waxing crescent phase. And so it's really highlighting the outer limits of your life, that the sort of externalized parts of your life. So for the first 2-3 days, taking you until so that's Monday, Tuesday, taking you until the end of Wednesday, or sort of midway through on Wednesday, your focus is very much on the organization and getting everything really working and fit for purpose. And thereafter, we've got a very strong energy focusing on your relationships with people. And on that day as well, on the 4th, the moon will go into the sign of Libra, also making a conjunction with Venus, which is quite nice, also making a conjunction with the South Node, which is also nice. So I really see from the 4th and through to the 5th that there is this energy of coming back into your relationships, coming back into a sense of kindness and compassion and joining. Joining is a good word, I would say, for here, because the energy is absolutely me plus you, and I do think that the energies of the first couple of days of this week, where you've been sorting things out, it creates a space for you to join with somebody. You know, you're getting all these tasks and distractions out of the way so that you can be really present for another person in your life. So I really quite like the 4th, and the 5th and the 6th. And then the 7th and the 8th, Saturday and Sunday. Let me just double check that. I should have actually written the dates down. Yeah, Saturday and Sunday. And of course, you know, the like from the 7th and to the 8th, it's interesting because the moon is actually going from your 7th to the 8th house, which is I think also what's confused me. But the energy is then moving into a deepening. It's moving into that energy of looking at the crossover between where you and your relationships are merging, and then what erupts from it. And sometimes that's a lot of judgment and expectations that you're putting on each other. But it also gives you the passion and the power to go deeper and to touch on some of those slightly trickier subjects, to talk about things like ideas of intimacy, and shared wealth and the things that you're sharing together. The 8th is a bit of a sticky house. And from your perspective, you know, with a very strong Scorpio theme, it can bring up a lot of distrust. So it's very interesting as things are coming into the weekend, because the weekend has quite a lot of busy and strong energies. In particular, the moon is going into an exact square with Pluto. It's also going into a trine with Mars, and there is also a square between where are we? Uranus and Mercury. So there's a lot of really sort of deep shifting conversations going on Saturday and Sunday, that are creating a sense of power and a very strong and surprising deepening. So, you know, it's to be aware of that, I guess. So the 4th then, when your ruling planet is going into the sign of Cancer, I really also believe that is supporting the energy that I was talking about in terms of relationships, because Mars coming into your 4th area, like into the sign of Cancer for you, is usually expressed as an intensity at home, a desire to get things done, a desire to clear things off, to take action, to not let things lie, you know, to not let things fester. It's a very, very big clearing energy. And it's almost as if you're getting all of your boundaries set up. You know, your home is a sacred place, and anything that comes up as a threat to your family or to your home is likely to get insanely worked on by yourself. You're likely to feel very riled by it. So yeah, maybe the first thing to do, you know, when you're earlier in the week and leading into this time, is to get very clear at home, but then start working on how you can feel safer. So if your boundaries, like for instance, if you've got a front gate that's a bit wonky, or if your fences need fixing, that's the place to go to. You know, it's getting your external boundaries just right. And of course, another external, it's not so much a boundary, but given that it's in the sign of Cancer, which is absolutely about our water, things like drainage and getting that all sorted out, you know, whilst you've got the energy to focus on your home and your well-being at home, sorting out any outflow pipes are really, really important too. So it's like I really see you taking action, or somebody taking action on your behalf, to get that feeling of the peace and to get that feeling of security. Later on this week as well, we've got the ongoing T-square. So Mars is in a T-square to Neptune and also Venus, and the South Node and the North Node. So this is an ongoing thing. Again, there's a lot going on in terms of intimacy with the people you have in your life, the people you love, and your home, but also the subterfuge that goes on, the unspoken things, the things that are sabotaging the relationships. And so some of the themes going up, I've mentioned in the first part of this video, and it's chaptered with Mars, the Mars-Venus kite. You know, so to understand this at a much deeper level, you know, it's like, how are your needs being met? How are you meeting the needs of your partners? How are you discussing whether you should be meeting the needs of your partners and vice versa. Like if you're expecting people to meet your needs, if you're expecting people to meet your needs before they meet your own, there is some difficulty. There is something to discuss. To me, Neptune in this position, stressing to Mars and stressing to Venus, also involved with the nodes, is suggesting a much bigger pattern. Maybe you've learnt these meeting needs patterns from your family, your parents in particular, or you've come across this before with your last big relationship. But what is really going on is you getting clear about where you stand. You know, is it okay to be putting your needs for security, your emotional needs within a relationship? Is it okay for you to put it on your partner? Do you expect them to carry it? And what happens when they're not carrying it? So I really think this is an important time. I think this is going to come up again and again in terms of maybe what they're putting on you and how well you're doing as well, and how off that feels. You know, does it feel nice? If it doesn't, it's really not right for you. You know, it's the interesting territory between needs pretending to be sort of innocent needs, when in actual fact they might be demands. So, you know, what's coming up is a lot of childhood stuff as well. So this might actually bring up old triggered memories, given that Neptune is in the 12th house and it brings up really old stuff. So yeah, there's a lot going on there, Aries, a lot going on. And whether you're listening to this from the perspective of your sun sign, your moon sign, or your ascendant, you know, it will be bringing up really deep stuff. Yeah, there's a lot going on. Last thing then, I would say, on Sunday the 8th, when the sun is going into an opposition with Saturn, you know, that's pretty deep. Like the new moon on the 3rd or is already picking up on this energy. But, you know, the sun here in your 6th house is absolutely wanting to get clear on how your life needs to be. And yet it feels like, again, there's something behind the scenes that has been stopping you. It's like massive self-sabotage. You know, having Saturn and Neptune going through this part of your chart can be very debilitating, because, you know, you're really sure that you're working from a place of what you know to be true for yourself, but you may well find actually that the standards you're trying to live your life to aren't your own. So if you're beating yourself up about not quite doing it well enough, you might ask yourself, whose standards here am I trying to appease or work towards? Are they my own? And depending on the answer that comes back, you may or may not need to take action. But if you realize, or if you identify that you're judging yourself by some kind of external authority figure who may not even be here anymore, or may not even be an authority figure for you, but you've assumed that they are, then there's something for you to work on. So there you go. There's some of the themes for the week ahead, Aries. I hope that's helpful. Like I said, it does feel like there's a lot going on. And yeah, actually, if you have a look at the overview for September, you'll see that week 1 is actually more of the quiet one. I really do think this is the week where we're reflecting a lot. We've got a lot going on in terms of our relationships, and it's important for us to get a balance and get a real sense of it. So I do think we're spending a lot of this in reflection as opposed to being actively in conflict. I really don't think that's what you want to do. Mars moving, like changing signs, is signifying something. And the fullness of Mars going through the 4th house isn't going to be reached in week 1, but you will be most likely feeling a change in focus. So, you know, have a great week ahead. I do think you're going to get busy. I do think you're going to be deep in reflection, but this is part of a much bigger picture, a much bigger clearing that's taking place throughout the whole of September. So anyway, have a great week ahead and hopefully catch you another time. If I can be of any help, by the way, just, you know, all of my details are below. So anyway, take care and catch you another time. Bye for now. Hey Taurus, so this is your forecast for the week ahead from Monday the 2nd of September, taking you right the way through to Sunday the 8th of September. Now, this is in terms of the whole month of September. You might want to check out my overall forecast where I break down the energies on a week by week basis. This is There are 2 quieter weeks and 2 busier weeks. This is one of the quieter weeks, and I think this week is very much about reflection and also observation. You know, what are you observing about yourself? Now, there's a few key patterns that are going on this week, and you know, as I'm giving you this forecast, I will be tying in the moon phase. We're in a new moon to waxing crescent phase. There's also the new moon on the 3rd, which I'll be talking about. Mars moving into the sign of Cancer on the 4th. And then we've got a very strong Sun opposition Saturn energy. To be fair, that energy is going on the whole week, but it's exact on the 8th. Also, I want to pay a little bit of attention to Venus, which is your ruling planet. Venus is making a conjunction to the South Node, an exact one, between the 3rd and the 4th of September. But over the whole week, this is where Venus is. Venus is in a square to Mars and also a square to Neptune. And also we've got the North Node and South Node as well. So there's a lot going on for Venus. And she's also, I should say, she's also making a kite energy as well to Uranus and to Pluto and to Neptune. So Venus is actually really significant in this week ahead. So I do see this as being quite a busy time for you. This is a time when there's a lot of things impacting in your life at the same time. So let's deep dive into this and give you your forecast. So the first thing to bear in mind is we're coming into the new moon. So as we start the week on the 2nd, when the moon is just at the tail end of Leo, the moon has almost disappeared. You know, it's been waning. And so as we come into Monday the 2nd, it's really important to get that feeling of clearing that comes from the deep exhale. You know, the moon is kind of breathing out like everything has gone. You know, it's clearing space so that as the new moon comes in on the 3rd, or if you're in North America, right at the end of the 2nd, you know, as that's happening and the new moon comes in, it is I always see it as a clearing. Now, you know, this could be a moment where you declare who you are, and really declare about how you are using your energy in this month ahead. You know, this is the start of a new lunar cycle, and it's happening in the sign of Virgo, just here. And it's really highlighting your need to get creative. It's highlighting anything to do with children or people with whom you've like things that you've created, and maybe your animals might come into this as well a little bit, seeing as you get a lot of joy from them. I mean, I see this part of your chart as being one that triggers the energy of joy, you know, so you may well choose to focus on the question, how can I be more joy? How can I enjoy more joy in this next month ahead? You know, and the themes of Virgo as well is also related to health and healing, natural energy, getting organized, being of service. So if those things also tend to bring you a feeling of joy and a feeling of increased passion and intimacy, then absolutely really feel into it around the 3rd. The more you can feel into this energy, the more I think you'll be setting up your next lunar month ahead in a really, really positive way. So yeah, from the 2nd and into the 3rd, I see it more as an energy of letting go and preparing to get ready to embrace the joy and the passion and the feeling of being at service as you're expressing your passion and your joy. And then from like the 4th onwards, we are starting to go into that waxing phase as the moon is coming back, as the moon is slowly growing on a daily basis. And so this is the start of a new growth cycle for your month ahead. you know, in fact, like if you're using the growth cycle, for instance, for something like natural health and healing, or like, for instance, healthcare or hair care, sorry, it's a great time if you're wanting to grow back more hair. I've actually got a hairdresser's appointment on the 4th. I cut my hair maybe once a year. I've chosen the waxing phase. I meant to do it last month, so I got the waxing phase after the new moon in Leo, which is absolutely the best time, you know, throughout the whole year. But like cutting your hair even to bring out more hair, and to create a faster cycle, and a growth cycle, then, you know, from the 3rd, 4th onwards, it's a really, really good time. FYI, I don't know why I shared that, but anyway, I did. So, so the 3rd and the 4th, you know, you've got the new moon, and there's also some really big aspects coming up. So the 3rd is actually Tuesday, and the 4th is Wednesday. Now, we've got this really, really strong energy. First of all, there is Mars creeping into the sign of Cancer, and it's going to be there for it's going to be there from the 4th of September until the 4th of November. So it's a kind of like slow progression through the sign of Cancer. And, you know, the energy of Mars coming into Cancer is bringing up a feeling of protectionism, and possibly a little bit of argy-bargy within your community. So you might find the people around you are a little bit more militant, or a little bit more defiant, or you may feel that you are needing to be quite defiant in your community, or that you're wanting to protect people in your community. Like Cancer, the sign of Cancer does often bring up the energy of innocence and victims and things like that. So you may well feel very strongly to protect people within your community, or notice that there is this underlying theme of noticing, you know, like the awareness of things not being right, and how can you have better boundaries around your communities right now. So that's an ongoing sort of energy in the background. But Mars is also playing into this very tough T-square with Venus, your ruling planet, the South Node, and then Neptune and the North Node. Now, this Mars and Neptune energy is likely to bring up a lot to do with getting your needs met, but finding it difficult to know where the needs end. Now, for instance, the fact that it's in the sign of Cancer and Pisces for you, from your perspective, this really difficult square is bringing up the needs of you within the community versus the needs of friends within your greater community. You know, there's a very, very strong sort of energetic about getting your needs met, and also meeting the needs of the people around you. Now, Neptune here, in opposition to Venus, is likely to really fudge the people who you are wanting to join with. Let's just start Taurus again. Hey Taurus, so this is the forecast for you, taking you from Monday the 2nd to Sunday the 8th of September. Now, this is quite a big week ahead. Though I have to say, if you look at the overview, the September overview, you'll see that in terms of the weeks, this is one of the quieter weeks out of all 4 of them. But this is a significant one. You know, we've got some big patterns coming in. First of all, Mars is going into the sign of Cancer on the 4th. So moving from this part of your chart into this part, from Gemini into Cancer, that's going to signify a change in the energetics that you're feeling, in particular about where you're putting your energy from. You know, are you serving your own needs? Are you working on yourself, your self-esteem, your quite understandable need for resources and money and finance and support? Or are you supporting your community? Are you more active? And the energy is moving you more into the community, and also into protecting vulnerable people within your community. And also, you and your community might feel vulnerable to outside influence as well. So you might be talking about fortifying boundaries in some way, or working with people to observe what's going on. You know, so there is this new energy coming up in terms of protectionism and your community. And Mars is also making a very tough T-square to Venus, your ruling planet. Venus is making a lovely connection to the South Node, which I've spoken about a lot in the first part of this video. So it's worth checking out if you want to understand that to a greater level. But Venus and the South Node in a conjunction is really giving us the opportunity to review our relationships. Now, in last week's energy, I was talking about the kite that Venus is currently in with Neptune. So she's in opposition to Neptune. She's in a trine to Pluto, also in a trine to Uranus, and back down. And I also mentioned that the nodes were involved in this. In this week, that pattern is still persisting, but it's also facing a T-square, so Venus and Neptune are now in a T-square with Mars. So this is emerging. This is the new emerging picture. So what we're taking from this is the ideas of wanting more powerful relationships have been tested already. First of all, the ideas of getting your needs met, in particular Venus in opposition to Neptune is really quite deceptive. It shows us how our idealism in terms of how we're relating to others can sometimes fool us. Like we might be thinking that we're working on equal terms and then all of a sudden realize that our relationships are very different to the ideals of how the relationships are in our head. So I think that has already started to unravel a little bit. And whilst that might feel a bit painful, it's also linking into, Pluto here and Uranus here, really helping to for us to have deeper, more connected and more dynamic relationships. So I do think there is something really good afoot. But now that Venus is getting closer to the South Node, we're also reminded of past relationships and just how much we've learned from those. And also maybe that we need to remember some of those older relationships as well, just to get really clear about what we've been learning and about our learning path. But now you've also got Mars wanting to come in and talk about needs. Mars is a lot more determined, a lot pushier in terms of getting his needs met. And so whereas you might have been sort of overgiving and playing quite a lot with people pleasing in this last week and realizing the true cost of people pleasing, now you're also seeing some examples of direct demands for time and direct different things, whether it's you having an absolute real need and needing to get it met, only to realize that actually the way your partner is responding to you is almost like you're demanding something. Or you may well find that people around you are getting quite demanding and feeling really justified to be demanding. And so it's bringing up a whole new, deeper level of what was already started last week. So this is a really, really big dynamic, and it's going on throughout the whole week. My advice to you is to recognize that you can't really deal with anyone else's needs until your needs are fulfilled. I also, think that it's our own responsibility to fulfill our needs. And of course, the difficulty comes up because we've all been programmed with all sorts of different ideas about mystical relationships, Cinderella and her prince, and, Snow White, and her prince. And there's always a prince or a princess needing rescuing, and that we are there to fulfill the needs and wishes of other people. And whilst we probably want to do that at some level, in this past week and this week is when we're really shown the evidence as to why that doesn't work long term. Like if anything could go wrong with that dynamic, this is the week when it's likely to happen and push us a little bit too far. So be aware of that. The 3rd and the 4th are really, really big days when these sort of issues of needs versus demands and self-sacrifice and also self-sabotage that comes up when our inner psychology is brought into the light of awareness. I think there are likely some quite sticky conversations to be had. Thursday the 5th, by this time the moon is actually in the sign of Libra. Thursday the 5th is quite a quiet day where we're likely to have a bit of a chill out. In particular, the moon does make a connection with both Venus and the South Node. But this is our time to relax a little bit and to be a bit dreamy and possibly do it at home, you know, get ourselves a little bit organized and then just enjoy the peace and quiet. You know, to me, it feels like a day of tranquility. It's important to do that. Friday the 6th, then, the energy is still in, the moon is still in the sign of Libra, and it's making connections, a great trine to Jupiter. It's also making a sextile to Mercury. It's really encouraging us to talk. You know, and even though it's making an opposition to Chiron in Aries, I think what's coming up is that it's okay. It's actually, it feels safer now to reveal how vulnerable we are, because it feels like the energies are compassionate enough that we can start to bring ourselves forward. And so maybe on Friday the 6th, it's also an indication that you're giving someone else the space to be vulnerable so that they can talk openly. You know, the more one of us or the other is open to support somebody else's vulnerability in terms of just listening to them and giving them that sort of compassionate space, the more likely it is that we can have these really healthy and healing conversations. And of course, you must give yourself the chance to do that first, you know, in getting your needs met. You know, I think it's important that you start with your own. So if you are feeling vulnerable on Friday, recognize it and be kind to yourself. You know, don't try to berate yourself or put yourself down. It's a time to be gentle. Like Thursday and Friday, I really see as being very, very gentle days. And then we're coming into Saturday and Sunday. Now, they have got some really big power game kind of energies. So we've got the moon in a square to Pluto, the moon going into the sign of Scorpio, and also the moon making a trine to Mars. All three of those are really, really powerful. You know, we've got this feeling of, do we have the power? Do we want to be powerful? How can we start to take a step forwards? How can we take the next move? How can we really do something and take action? And on the 7th, which is Saturday, we've also got Mercury in a square to Uranus. So Uranus is here and Mercury is here in the sign of Leo. Now, this square, I think if you are ready to find out what it is that is holding you back from power struggles, to like resolving power struggles, to getting your needs met without creating a bit of a shit show for it to happen. You know, if you're ready for some quite surprising answers, then I think Saturday in particular could be quite revelationary. I think there's a lot of things coming out that will be very, very beneficial. And then Sunday on the 8th, we've got the Sun in opposition to Saturn. Now, here's the Sun down here in the sign of Virgo, and here's Saturn here in the sign of Pisces. This theme has been going on all week and underpinning the development of all these conversations about getting your needs met. So the Sun and the Moon at the time of the new moon were in a wide opposition to Saturn, really also saying that whatever it is you're wanting to be right now is part and parcel because of the feeling of other people pushing their views on you. You know, so the way you're experiencing yourself and bringing more joy into your life at the moment is most likely a direct response to the level of heavy needs coming from people in your community. Given that Neptune's here as well, and then Saturn's here, I think most likely your networks and your friends have actually been quite heavy, putting a lot of pressure on you. And so you may well find out on the 8th of September, as the moon is going through the sign of Scorpio, that these energies, these really strong, heavy energies of Sun and Saturn in opposition really come to the fore, and you actually see them for what they are, a big, big power shift, a power battle. So I do think Saturday and Sunday, if you're using that time to make some big, powerful shifts in yourself, that's a fantastic time. If you're wanting to make changes at home as well, it's really transforming, and you'll have the energy to move stuff. But if you're spending a lot of time with other people, don't be surprised if you feel a little bit overwhelmed or pressured by them. So keep creating space for yourself. If you are spending time with other people that you don't normally spend time with, think of some strategies. Have a little code word for you and your partner. you know, and if one of you says the code word, you're out of there, you know, so go easy on yourself. All in all, I think this is a really helpful week because we started letting go of things, you know, preparing for that new moon phase. And then things are growing and growing as you're going through the week. The moon is coming back into her own. And what this is signifying with the moon going through these signs here is I think the growing new sense of how you are in relationship to other people. And this is part of a new trend. So I hope that's helpful. The overall meaning of Mars in Cancer over the next 2 months it's not going to all be revealed in this first week, but as we go through on a week by week basis throughout September and into October, you'll have a much bigger, stronger feel for how protection works within your local community of friends. So there you go. I hope that's helpful, Taurus. If I can be of any further help, then just get in touch. My details are below. But if not, have a fabulous week ahead and see you next week. Bye for now. Hey, Gemini. So let's have a look at this new week ahead. Now, it's an interesting one because we've got a new moon in the sign of Virgo. And Virgo is another sign that is ruled by Mercury. So it's a kind of new moon that you understand, I would say. You know, as we start this week, the moon is right at the end of the last lunar phase. So the moon is getting smaller and smaller. It's waning, it's disappearing. And then on the 3rd, if you're in like from London and more Eastern, and if you're more Western, if you're in the Northern Hemisphere, sorry, if you're in North America or South America and beyond that, your new moon is going to take place at the end of the 2nd of September. So, you know, we're coming right into the time of the new moon. You know, what I really see is as you're coming into this week, the first energy to really appreciate is that energy of letting go. And for you, that letting go might be tidying up and getting rid of stuff. But to me, it feels like there have been lots of distracting things around you, and it's time to simplify, really time to let go. Then we've got the new moon on the 2nd or 3rd, according to where you are, and that's taking place in the sign of Virgo. Now, for you, it's really highlighting how you can transform your home and how you can transform the feeling of being at home. And from there is this feeling of peace and security. You know, the new moon in this area of your chart is, I think, there to show you how you can have more comfort, how you can have more security, how you can feel a greater sense of belonging in this month ahead. It's starting, I think, a new cycle of belonging for you. And of course, all the themes of Virgo, which also have to do with natural health and healing, getting things organized, having a new perspective, being able to see things, see patterns arising, you know, being quite vigilant, you know, absolutely watching and maintaining energy. It's taking care, isn't it? I think. So the energy of taking care and taking better care is really, really strong. Now, on the time of this new moon, there is a wide and ever tightening opposition to Saturn. And Saturn's position, I think, is showing you where there are lots of people who seem to be wanting to tell you how to live and wanting to put their pressure on you to help you see what you need to be doing, you know, not really finding out or even asking if you want their advice, but kind of putting it on. It's a bit like you're under the thumb a little bit. So again, this new moon might be about you finding a bit of space, a bit of clarity, a bit of freedom from the expectations that you think people are putting on you, whether they actually are or not. It actually might be imagined. So yeah, lots going on. And I will come back to this Saturn opposition at the end of the forecast because it ends on the sun in an opposition to Saturn. So yeah, there's that going on. We've also got the change of Mars going into the sign of Cancer on the 4th, and it will be in the sign of Cancer for 2 months. I think this is going to be quite helpful. You know, like for the last short while, you've had Mars in your own sign, and he has been most likely bringing in lots of thoughts and feelings about getting more active and maybe being a bit stronger, being a bit tougher. Maybe you felt a little bit short on patience. Maybe you've been a bit more dynamic than usual. And whilst that's good, it's brought up an awareness of how you might apply that newfound, I guess, spunkiness, and how you might want to apply it to your work, apply it to how you value yourself and how you receive the benefits of the work that you do. So I really feel that in this last month or so, you've reevaluated yourself. You've probably valued yourself at a higher level. You realize what it is that you gift the world with, and now you're ready to take some action. And that action might even involve a little bit of extra learning or tweaking of your skills, and that's absolutely fine too. So I actually think this Mars in Cancer phase or transit is actually quite helpful for you. I think it's going to be really showing you what you're already doing well and just what you might want to tweak to make it work even better. So I see that as being very, very helpful. Let me just talk about this moon phase then. So as we're coming into this month ahead, I was very sort of clear to say, we're starting this clearing the way. It's like you're getting tidier, you're preparing your home. To me, it feels like you've accumulated a lot of ideas and a lot of things going on at home in this last month. And it's almost like you're ready to do a spring clean. But once the new moon is out of the way, the moon is then going into a new waxing phase. It's a tiny, and it's getting bigger. So the moon is slowly coming into that beautiful waxing crescent energy. And that is all about new starts, a feeling of freshness, a feeling of growth, a feeling of optimism. Optimism is quite high, especially towards the end of the week. So there are new beginnings. And quite possibly new beginnings at home. And this is where I think it's quite useful, because you've also got Venus in a conjunction with the South Node at the time of the new moon. Venus in a conjunction with the fourth node, with the South Node. I spoke about this in the first part of the video. It's all indexed if you want to read more about it or listen in about it. But Venus in the South Node is really giving us a deeper reflection on our relationships. And a much deeper understanding with what has worked in the past and also what isn't working right now. Now, given, and I spoke about this in last week's forecast, given that Venus is also in an ongoing kite pattern with Uranus, with Neptune, and with Pluto, she's already working through relationship issues. She's already in the process of doing that. So, one of the things I was sharing with you last week is that there are new exciting opportunities coming up in relationships, and possibly like an unnerviness, like where you're really not quite sure what's going on, a sort of excitable energy that could be really, really helpful to a relationship, or slightly destructive. It might just get you a little bit too jangled, in your emotions. And then the energy of Venus to Pluto over here, he's now actually just gone into Capricorn, just as I'm recording this, actually. There's the potential for a much deeper understanding of your partner, like really going deeper than you've gone before. But how has this depth come about? And I think it's come about through the opposition with Neptune. Neptune and the opposition to Venus has shown us where we've run with the lies, we've run with ideas, fake ideas about our relationships, or idealism. We've had these Cinderella ideas about how a relationship should be and how your partner should attend to all your needs. And of course, it doesn't often work like that. And I think in this last week, it's really been shown over and over that it's not quite like that. However, if we can let go of these patterns of having these ideals and pedestals that we're putting our partners on, we can have that very real deep connection that we're looking for with our real life partner. So we've got a different variant of this pattern coming up. So this is still going on, but in this week ahead, we've also got Venus and Mars in a square. And then they're also making a square to Neptune, or an opposition to Neptune. So we've got this T-square, and the nodes are involved as well. So, there's a lot more force about examining where, and possibly disappointment, in terms of examining where you're meeting the needs of other people are meeting your needs or demanding you to meet their needs. There's some grey areas, and I think there's a deeper opportunity to check whether you are serving somebody's needs or demands, and whether you want to or not. You know, are you going to put yourself first at some point? And I think that's a question that needs to be answered. And again, a question that might come up around the time of the new moon, as you realize you want freedom from other people's expectations up here, and the freedom to sort of breathe and be yourself. But Venus being in this part of your chart about birthing, about passion, about intimacy, it's really driving it. You know, you really do want to be able to have better relationships, deeper relationships. So this is ongoing, and I really, really like this. Something else that is helpful, obviously, Mercury has come out of his retrograde from last week. He's still working off the shadow, but Mercury's having some dynamic energies in this week ahead. So on the 2nd, right at the start of the week, he's in a trine to Chiron, up here in the 11th. I think this is really helpful in talking within your local community about what's going on, talking with your friends, getting a deeper understanding. To me, it feels like a lovely, delightful connection with each other, a much needed one, almost as if it's been a while since you've been able to connect and to be openly vulnerable with each other. And then the other one that Mercury is doing is on the 8th, which is on the day, next Sunday, on the day of the opposition between the Sun and Saturn. So we've got this square between Mercury and Uranus. And that could really bring up some explosive information, some previously hidden information, some surprising information that almost felt like it was in your blind spot. So yeah, there's a lot going on in terms of your ruling planet. Your ruling planet is getting back to business. It feels like it is time to vocalize a lot, you know, to start talking again and start to get a better understanding of how you are fitting in with your friends and your communities, and also what's going on in your internal mind, in your unconscious mind. So yeah, tons going on. So let me pace out how this is working in terms of the flow of the moon energy. So yeah, so the 2nd, Monday the 2nd, I think that's opening up to the ideas of rationality, opening up to the ideas of communication and connection again. The 3rd and the 4th, so it's the day of the new moon when it's really strong and you are creating new opportunities for your home and how you might want to feel at home. But the 3rd and the 4th is, I think, the big time in this week ahead where there's lots of big conversations with your relationships, like people within your relationships, your partners. There's a lot going on about getting your needs sorted, and finding out where you begin and where other people begin and end, you know, that sort of transactional space that exists between you. So the 3rd and the 4th could be quite exhausting. Thursday the 5th, then, by this point, the moon is already in the sign of Libra. Thursday the 5th is, I think, the quiet, chill day. So if there wasn't a day for you to create, to put your feet up, to not do much, but just to kind of stay in your own peaceful zone, when the moon comes into a conjunction with Venus and later to the South Node, you know, whilst also being in the sign of Libra, I just think it's a really beautiful day. Not much going on. And then Friday the 6th, there is also a continuation of that feeling. And because of the trine to Jupiter and also the sextile to Mercury and also the opposition to Chiron, I think we've got this gentle kind of push to open up a bit more. You know, we're in good company. We might be able to even reveal something that we might feel a bit vulnerable about. And then Saturday and Sunday, we are into the moon in Scorpio territory. These are really big power days. So you want to make sure that you're spending time with people who you don't feel usurped by. Mercury making his square to Uranus is quite explosive, given that it's bringing up stuff from your unconscious mind that you may well just blurt out. But there's also a square between the moon and Pluto, really creating a sort of internal edginess about power and where it starts and ends. There is also the trine to Mars. So Mars here and the moon here. The trine to Mars is also giving you the power to assert yourself. So I think you're, over the weekend, there is this desire to assert yourself and to take action, whilst also being in opposition to Saturn, and also having that feeling of power games playing out. So Gemini, even though this is one of the quieter weeks of September, there are a lot of things going on. If anything, I would say that this week, given that it's a slow grow in terms of the moon, I would say it is about growing in optimism. And yet it's also about growing in realism. I think the new moon in Virgo is bringing in a sort of inner practicality, an ability to see things from a rational stage. And even when these strongly idealistic and strongly emotional aspects come in, we still have the wherewithal to be able to see things in a calm and rational way. So whatever's going on in terms of power right now for you, you can do this. You've got this. This week is giving you some reflection. So I hope that's helpful. If I can be of any other help, then just get in touch. My details are below. But if not, I'll see you next week with another weekly installment about the planetary picture. Anyway, take care. Bye for now. Hey there, Cancer. So I'm looking at the week ahead energy. It looks quite pretty, actually. There's a lovely sort of pretty picture. Really nice colours. I like that. So what's happening? We've got the forecast from Monday, the 2nd of September, taking you through to Sunday, the 8th. There's a lot of different energies. And of course, the Cancerian energy is ruled by the moon. There is a new moon this week, and it's starting to grow back. So as we're starting the week, you're right at the tail end of the waning phase, where it feels like everything is coming to a slow stop, and it's a time to pause. And then, dependent on where you are in the world, the new moon might start for you in the early hours of the 3rd, or the later hours of the 2nd, but the new moon is there to herald the start of a new moon phase, and consequently thereafter the moon is going to be growing in optimism, growing in a sense of possibility, growing in a sense of new projects, freshness. This is a time of growing freshness. So where is this new moon happening in terms of you? Well, I see this really activating the sense of curiosity, the sense of curiosity within your community, that sense of belonging that you might have to your neighborhood, your friends, your peers, the people you know and work with throughout. And also, just how stuff. It's quite a chatty place. So, for instance, if there are aspects of your job or your life that have to do with local community efforts, maybe you run a club or you participate in a club, then these energies are likely to get stronger and stronger throughout the month. And at the start of the month, around the time of the new moon, it's a great time to see in your mind's eye how great it's going to go. Start to kind of call in or be the energy that you want to see you being within your community, that sense of belonging. So this, I think, could be quite exciting for you. It really, really helps you feel a lot more established. Now, one thing that is also going on with this new moon, and I have done a separate new moon forecast, which you might also choose to watch, maybe. There is an ongoing opposition between the new moon and Saturn. So it's weaker at the time of the new moon, but by the end of the week, the sun is in exact opposition. So this is something that's growing, and it's something that starts in the community and it ends it feels like there's outside pressure. And it might be from the news, it might be from the media, it could be from your governments, it could be just from the sense of not knowing everything that you want to know. The ninth house really shows us the big world, the world outside of the part of the world that we inhabit. It shows us life outside of our unique little spot, that we call home. So it often shows us where we might want to grow, where we might want to learn more, where we might want to study, but also where we might want to share our knowledge out to other people. It shows everything foreign and is quite adventurous, but you've got Saturn going through this area, really showing the heavy weight of responsibility in terms of your spiritual beliefs, your religious beliefs, your political beliefs, your philosophical beliefs. It's everything that you know outside of your usual context is kind of weighing in a little bit. So I don't exactly know how that opposition is going to manifest for you, other than, you know, you might choose to, at the time of the new moon, feel into the energy of freedom. In particular, like the third house is about our communication. So you might be feeling into the new sense of possibility to have a freedom of speech, or to be able to share freely, to feel like you can move freely within your community, to feel like you freely belong within your community, even though it feels like maybe from the outside that it's not so easy. I actually think you'll find a lot of grace and ease to do this. So I don't know if that helps to put it in a bit more context for you. Also, Mars is moving into your sign on the 4th of September, and he's going to be in your sign for the next 2 months until the 4th of November. So September to November. And, you know, in those 60 days, as we're getting to the end of it, you know, Mars is going to be coming into an opposition with Pluto. Now, given that it's going through your first house, it's going to be bringing up quite a bit in terms of your own boundaries and your own maybe entitlement to self-defense. Like, how do you feel about, you know, the sign of Cancer is, and I live with one, the sign of Cancer is reported to be a little bit moody at times. You know, it can get quite emotional. And when it's challenged, it wants to hide. And if you kind of provoke it, if you try to get a little bit more information out of your beloved Cancer, you may well get like attacked. You know, they have this ability to hide away and skulk away, but also to defend themselves. Now, with Mars coming through into this area, you're likely to be a lot more defensive than usual. And, you know, you may well find that the people around you are commenting on it and saying, hey, pipe down. And you might be feeling a bit more fired up than usual. You know, so any of the stories where you have a story about yourself not having good enough boundaries, being weak, being a victim, being pushed on, being bullied, being, you know, just not strong enough, you know, all that kind of soft inner meat of the crab, you know, like that needs its tough shell. Anywhere where you feel completely vulnerable, you've got this opportunity to really bolster yourself up during the Mars in Cancer phase. So yeah, you are going to become a bit of a tough cookie over the next couple of months. And it's important to see how that tougher exterior works for you, but also what the costs of it are, because you're also very sentimental and really want to deeply connect. And that's the difficulty, you know, when we're putting up boundaries, you know, we're not being our vulnerable selves. We're not really being open to connect with people. We're open to connect with people on conditions and with expectations. And so, yeah, there's a lot to think about around that pattern and how that's going to work for you over the next couple of months. But, you know, leading up to the end of this time, when Mars comes into opposition with Pluto, that's going to be really drawing in some very deep emotions. You know, yes, it's going to be pulling in a lot to do with how you are in relationship to other people and other people's expectations. So my advice, absolutely, given that, you know, Mars is going to be in opposition to Pluto pretty much around this point until the end of April, you know, from the beginning of November to the end of April, I absolutely recommend that you consider the energetic of what it is to be brave and courageous in your own self, and what the cost is of having passivity and then aggression, passivity and then attack or defense, rather than finding that midpoint of assertiveness. So it might be worth paying some attention to that. And I'm going to add into that as well, because on the 3rd and 4th, we've got Venus in a conjunction with the South Node, and that's here. You know, so there is something activating about love at home, your past patterns of love and how helpful they were, maybe a bit about your childhood and how much love was freely circulating during that time. But, Mars, which is going through such a personal part of your chart, is also in a square to the South Node and also in a square to the North Node and also to Neptune. So there's this really strong T-square energy going on. Very strong. And, they're touching on your first house, your fourth house, your 10th house. This is a strong energy of, I've described it. I was talking about the energy earlier in this video. So right at the start, if you look at Mars, Venus, Neptune in the chapter headings, it might be like it will have Mars, Venus, and Neptune somewhere, but might not be in that order. But the three of them in their T-square, they are absolutely bringing out energies to do with getting your needs met versus getting other people's needs met, how much you're prepared to do for other people versus how much you're prepared to receive from other people, and the idealism that exists between those needs, and also the idea of what unconditional love is. Because, we've all been sold these ideas of like Cinderella and, a prince that comes to rescue us and all this, that, and the other. And that true love or unconditional love means we do lots of stuff for our partners. But, anything you're doing for your partners, you have to, or you might choose to be okay with doing it, anywhere where you're doing something from a demand is likely to bring up resentment, or anywhere where you're doing people pleasing from a place of, if I people please, this person will love me more, is pretty much doomed for failure. So I think this T-square here is really showing that people who get their needs met first are tense with people who give first. But then the unconditional ideas and the self-sacrifice ideas and the confusion ideas are playing into both of these strategies. So it's very, very high stake stuff. High stake relational awareness is really coming up as an issue in this week ahead. So I hope that's helpful to have a heads up on. So yeah, given that your ruling planet is the moon, I think the nodes are important to focus on. The Venus conjunct South Node is important. You may well find that there are some aspects of your relationship that you want to curtail. There are some things that you recognize are not helpful for you at home, and so this marks the end of something, so that you can bring in a different, more desirable behavior in terms of how your relationships are at home. But it's also important to consider some of the other aspects that the moon is going to be making throughout the space of this week. Okay, so let's have a look at the moon's flow then over the next few signs of the zodiac. So as we start the week on the 2nd, the moon's flow is really quite quiet. We're in the quietest phase. And there's some gentle aspects, there's some aspects that might make us open up a bit more and trust each other. So it's quiet, it's trustful, openness is good, but you don't want to bust yourself in a way that's relentless in pace. Then we've got the 3rd and the 4th, which are really intense emotional days where a lot of the relationship stuff that I spoke about is taking place. For instance, during this time, the moon is going to make a square to Jupiter in the 3rd, or on the 3rd, sorry. And then on the 4th, it will make a square to Mars. So they are kind of fiery energies. So the 3rd and the 4th, on top of all the relationship stuff, you are a bit snappier and a little bit more highly strung. as we're coming into the 5th and 6th, when the moon is in the sign of Libra, you know, the moon is going to make a conjunction with Venus and a conjunction with the South Node. We're feeling a lot more nostalgic, a lot more at home, wanting to do kind things to ourselves. We're wanting to rest, recuperate, maybe treat ourselves to something nice and restorative. Friday in particular, there's some beautiful and slightly difficult, but overall beautiful energy. So Friday the 6th, we've got the moon in an opposition to Chiron, which can make us feel vulnerable, but we're supported by a sextile to Mercury in Leo, and also we're in a sextile to, a trine between the moon and Jupiter. So that's really, really helpful. So I think Friday we can talk it out. And then as we're finishing the week, we're coming back into some power struggle energies. You know, by this time, the moon is in the sign of Scorpio. We have got the moon in a square to Pluto and a trine to Mars. So there is this desire for control or frustration when we don't feel in control, mirrored with this desire to move and take action. Obviously, the moon is also in Scorpio, so it is quite emotionally intense. And we've also got a square between Mercury and Uranus in Taurus, which is bringing us a lot of extra intel. It's almost like all of a sudden we hear something and then it's like, oh, I feel really, really intense. So, you know, and that is leading us onto the last day of the week, the 8th of September, where, like I said at the start, the Sun and Saturn are in opposition. So right at the end of the week, it is feeling like it's time to really address power in our lives and how it plays out. So anyway, they are the main themes for this week ahead. This is actually the quieter week, or one of the 2 quiet weeks in this whole month ahead in September. You might find looking at the September overview helpful if you're interested in a weekly breakdown, but also a deeper dive into some of the other. Obviously, I can't mention everything in a short weekly forecast. Yeah, but there's some really big themes, and the Cancer Mars theme, it's going to be playing out not just in this week, but over the course of the month and in right the way through to October. And also it's going to play into the longer term picture of Mars in opposition to Pluto. I will be talking about that another day though. So there you go, Cancer. I hope that was helpful. If I can be of any further help, then just get in touch. All my details are below, but have a phenomenal week ahead and hope to catch you next week. Bye for now. Hey Leo, how are you doing? It's Louisa here. I've got another forecast for you, taking you from Monday the 2nd of September right the way through to Sunday the 8th of September. Now, if you've watched my overall forecast for September, you'll see the bigger patterns. There's a lot going on this month. In particular, we've got the partial lunar eclipse on the 18th. We've also got the equinox coming in on the 22nd, but we've got some other big things going on as well. And in this first week of September, this is one of the quieter weeks, but there's still some significant shifts. So that's what I want to run you through in this forecast. We've got the new moon in Virgo on the 3rd, and then on the 4th we've got Mars going into the sign of Cancer. Now this is going to be going on for about 2 months, and if you can hear rumbling in the background, that's my husband doing DIY in the garage next door. Oh, you know, I can never find a time when there's not kids like busting in or dogs barking or my husband in the background. Never mind. It is what it is. So yeah, big stuff going on. We've also got, and given that your ruling planet is the Sun, we've got an opposition to Saturn that is coming in this whole week. In particular, it's already showing up at the time of the new moon on the 3rd, and over the course of the week, towards the end of the week on the 8th, we've actually got the Sun in an exact opposition to Saturn. So I will be talking about these themes in particular because they're very, very big ones for you. On the 3rd and the 4th, the 3rd and the 4th get quite a lot of attention. So I will spend quite a bit of time looking at that. But we've also got Venus in a conjunction to the South Node. And, you know, this is pretty strong. I mentioned Venus quite a bit last week because Venus is currently and still is creating the energy of a kite formation in this chart. So for instance, Venus is making a trine to Uranus and a trine to Pluto. That's a grand trine with those, which I reportedly said, is creating a bit more excitement and also a need to have more powerful connections. But she's also at the same time making an opposition to Neptune. And here we have the difficulty of having idealistic relationships, and the idea of what unconditional love is being stretched, like the boundaries that you might have, and your desire to have unconditional love or unconditional responses with your partners is made really, really challenging. So any form of people pleasing is possibly met with selfishness, or perceived selfishness is perceived with people taking more than their fair share. So you might be asking yourself right now, am I really acting in, am I acting with my partners in an unconditional way? Because if you are doing things unconditionally, it won't matter to you whether you perceive selfishness from the people around you. But of course, if you're being a people pleaser and really wanting to help your partner, but also getting upset if it's not reciprocated, then that's where the danger's starting, because Venus and Neptune, like Neptune's here and Venus is here, they, in these stressful positions, they create a lot of confusion, and also a high level of idealism of what relationships should be like. And so right now, I think the success to deepening your relationships with Pluto and Uranus to make them more exciting and much deeper is to give up some of those dreams. Not to say that the dream can't happen, but recognize where your relationships have been unrealistic, so that you can have a much deeper connection in truth. And so I think that's one of the things that's been playing out. But this week it gets even stronger, because we've now got Mars and Venus in a square to each other. The South Node is here, the North Node is here. So Mars is also in a square to the North Node and is also forming a T-square with Neptune. So we've got Neptune, Mars and Venus and the nodes. So there is a very strong relationship quandary that a lot of us are facing right now. And that is, it's not just about how much we're giving, but there is also a very strong taking element and how to take action within our relationships. And, Mars in terms of needs can come across as demanding. So you may well have thought you've already got to the bottom of your relationship intricacies in this last week. You might have recognized that, there's not necessarily inequality, and you either have to choose to be empowered by giving more and give more because it feels good, or, get real and say, well, I would like some more reciprocation. Let's have let's be a bit more transactional. We have to call it what it is. I think that's the real big difficulty, is that we've been pretending our relationships are one thing when really the reality is another, and it's hard to ignore now. And there's nothing wrong with any relationship being the way it is, but is it suitable for us, or are we kidding ourselves? And so, now it gets even harder to overlook, because we are now feeling our needs really calling us to a much greater degree. And now we're either sort of sharing our needs or hearing our partner's needs, and they're coming across as demands. And so we've now got a frustrated need to have our needs met that can't necessarily be met. And also that there's something going on with other people in terms of is this unconditional? Is this not unconditional? Do we have unrealistic, idealistic ideas about our relationship? So it's, again, none of this is stuff that should end a relationship. If anything, it's there to bring up the issues so that you can see them for what they are, have a laugh about them, work through them. But boy, it's frustrating in the absolute flow of it. Really deeply frustrating, because it's shattering any semblance of fairy tale. That it is difficult. And, you know, it's a good time for it to happen because when you look at what else is going on in astrology, I think the more we can come together in stronger relationships with the people we love, the better off we'll be. And of course, we can't do that when we're deluding ourselves or not seeing things as they really are. So Mars is going to be quite helpful because Mars, when he changes signs on the 4th, and goes into the sign of Cancer, from your perspective, it's really opening up a lot of stuff in terms of what's going on in your unconscious mind, and particularly bringing out an impatience and possibly an irrational, like sort of irritation, possibly even an anger. So, you know, you've actually then got a very physical and easy way to see what's going on for you, because if you're feeling irritated, if you're feeling pissed off, if you're feeling really like mad and you want to go for a walk or something, or, you know, really sort of like let your energy out, like I've even made a fist while I'm talking about this, then that is the cue to yourself. Whatever you're feeling is telling you what you need to work on. So this week ahead is going to be really helpful. In fact, Mars is going to be coming through here for the next 2 months. Now, I do want to mention something, and I'm going to mention something in like this also in a much bigger video, and I'm going to go into it in a lot more depth. But Mars is, and I mentioned this at the start of the video as well, Mars is slowly going to be coming to this point. And around November time, November the 4th, he goes into the sign of Leo, and is going to make a set of oppositions to Pluto here. Now, sometimes we might just get the opposition play out once. This time it's happening at the same time as Mars is going retrograde. So, you know, there's going to be the opposition, and then there's going to be another opposition between the two planets, and then a third opposition between the two planets. And so effectively, Mars is going to be dancing around this part of your chart for really from the end of October right the way through to the end of April and the beginning of May. And so it might feel like this pattern is going on forever, but if you can understand what this pattern is bringing up, you can do a little bit of the homework. You can do a little bit of the prep if you choose to. And it's worth doing because, you know, Mars is showing us our will to survive and our need to be ourselves. And Pluto is really showing us where we feel controlled by other people, in particular, energies that we can't quite see or can't quite put our finger on. So this is really huge, you know. So what I absolutely recommend you might choose to do over the next couple of months is really get clear to what your unconscious mind is telling you in terms of if you're feeling aggressive about something or peed off, angry, irritable. It's time to notice what it is that's triggering it, and time to notice whether it's a valid complaint, whether it's a demand that's not being met, and deep dive, try to get underneath it. Try to work out, you know, is it a hurt version of you that is causing this reaction? You know, whatever it is, it's important to get underneath it, because when Mars comes over this area, right on your ascendant, it's going to be felt in your physical body, and you're likely to really act it out to a much deeper degree. So to the level that you've got trapped Mars energy that you haven't worked through, at the time of this opposition, you'll be carrying that level of unexpressed Mars anger, yang, thrusting energy in your body, in your energy field, which could make you clumsy. You know, any kind of frustrated, distorted Mars energy can lead us to being accident prone, to having violent outbursts. You know, it's really, really strong stuff. So work on it now. You know, if you've got a desire to get a new hobby and you want it to be a physical one, then do something that allows you to get rid of some of this nervous tension, and also work on the emotional reasons for it. You know, what is underneath it. That would really, really help you, because these three oppositions are, I think, going to be affecting us at a worldwide level, and they start on November the 3rd, 2 days before the American elections, which, if you're American, I'm sure that's going to trigger a lot of things in you. So, you know, there are bigger things going on at the same time that could very well play into some of the aggressions or upsets or things that you're feeling. So this is a much bigger part of the picture. And, you know, this is transitioning in from the 4th of September as Mars goes into the sign of Cancer for you. Now, I've already mentioned like the 3rd and 4th a couple of times. So what I want to do is actually pace through this whole week on a day-by-day basis. So first of all, as we're coming into this week, on the 2nd of September, the moon is at its darkest. You know, it's the last slither of the moon is disappearing, and then we're getting ready for the new moon on the 3rd, or if you're in North America, on the late at night on the 2nd of September. And so this new moon is essentially, if you can clear a space for yourself around this time, this new moon is there to absolutely show you where you might be more resourceful, where you might bring more resources to you, where you might choose to revalue yourself, where you might choose to neaten up your finances, where you might want to make work changes, everything to do with your worthiness and deservability to earn more money is absolutely key right now for you. You know, it's a really, really strong theme. And anywhere where you've not felt very confident about your earning potential is really coming up for reevaluation. So this new moon, I think, if you're creating a space to take yourself seriously in this lunar month ahead, this is a really, really good move. And that's what this new moon is here for. It's here to help you take yourself seriously as somebody who deserves a living and somebody who can receive money. In fact, that people want to pay. You know, this is the beginning of a new start. So if on the 2nd you can allow yourself the space to focus and to enjoy the memories or the feeling of having money in the past, being appreciated, really get yourself into the state of absolutely being somebody who is successful, get into that sort of physical picture, that feeling within your body that you can see and hear and taste and smell and touch and all that, you know, really, really build it up. So around the time of the new moon, you're not sat down writing out your manifestations necessarily, but you're feeling it really strongly in your body and it's vibrating out of you, you know, so that it's absolutely, you know, the key energy that like life would be picking up on. It's who you are in that moment. Now, on the 3rd and 4th, which are two really, really strong energetic days. So we've got the energy of the new moon and we've got the return of the moon. So the moon is coming back. We're going into the waxing phase. It's a time of steady growth, or gentle growth, moving into steady growth, moving into a feeling of optimism and hope, an energy for something fresh and new to kind of come up. So we're going into a new growth phase. It's exciting. Now, during this, we've got a lot of things going on. So like I said, Mars is going into the sign of Cancer. The new moon energy is in an opposition to Saturn. Now that is quite strong. And this is something that's going to build over the course of the week. So at the same time that you're thinking about your deservability to earn money, there is also the feeling of other people holding money against you or having expectations on your earning potential. Other people maybe suppressing your opportunities to make money, other people's judgments on you and your effectiveness as a person, other people's ideas on shame, blame, guilt, anger, embarrassment that you might carry about yourself. So there's a lot of really tough energies coming in. Now, if you can stay really buoyant and really reflect on some of the harebrained things that you've done recently, as Uranus has gone through here, some of the more creative things where you've been looking for greater independence for yourself, you can probably piece it together and say, well, actually, I've been on a direction of having greater independence with my earning, and I've created a lot of change. I've disturbed a lot of people whilst making these changes. You know, and I've also had Pluto going through here. So I've been absolutely wanting to transform myself at a deep level. These things take a while to come to fruition, you know, with Jupiter coming through this part of your chart, which is all about networks and comradeship, it's about coming into a collaboration with other people. What's really coming up here, I think, is it feels like people from the past, maybe your family, maybe the people you're in relationships with. It feels like other people close to you are the ones that are doubting you. So it's not people in the world. They see you being independent. They see you being collaborative. They see you transforming before their very eyes. But this is about you coming to terms with the fact that you have changed and the people around you are still coming to terms with that. Now, there's a couple of things that you can do. And the first is to really clearly show people that you do you, they do them. And I don't know how you can do it in such a way that it's going to work for them to hear that. But you absolutely must do what is right for you at this time in your life in the way that you want to. The desire to be completely free and independent in your work and to make waves if necessary, it's so strong, and to do that whilst other people are criticizing you is a tough wicket. It's not easy. So what I see is making them wrong for it is not going to help. It's just going to make it blow up. So if you were to work on anything in this week ahead, it would be, how can I invite the people in my life to enjoy my success, to celebrate my success, and to see how my success can relate back to them. Now, there is also another thing that's going on in this week ahead. And so I mentioned it briefly at the start, and that is that Venus is making a conjunction to the South Node. Now, what she's doing here is bringing up quite a bit of conflict. She's in opposition to Neptune and in a square to Mars. And so there is this very sort of interesting T-square going on, which I spoke about in the first part of the video. So if you're interested, check that bit out. But essentially, it's about getting really, really clear about where you're going, what's yours, what's not yours, what you're responsible, what you're not responsible for. I really see that part of this difficulty is that other people have got unrealistic expectations on what your bond means and what that means for you as a provider. Are you meant to provide for the whole family in the way that your family is demanding, or are you just required to provide? So to summarize, Leo, I just want to quickly run through the dates in order. So the 2nd into the 3rd is a time to release and stay as open as you can, because there are some big changes coming. The 3rd and the 4th is where a lot of the tension between you and your partners is likely to arise in terms of their expectations and your desire to thrive, and the conversations that might occur because of this. Thursday and Friday are the days to relax and be open and to talk about your vulnerabilities without judgment. If you can create a place where everything is possible and nothing is judged, that would be absolutely brilliant. Saturday and Sunday, as the moon goes into the sign of Scorpio, these are a sort of continuation from Tuesday and Wednesday's conversations. It feels like there's some really high-powered, big power struggles going on. It's not to say it's going to be difficult, but what I would do is really ask yourself, do you want to be right or do you want to be happy? Do you need to have full control over the conversations right now, or do you just want to have a release? There are still opportunities to be vulnerable, but if you're trying to stay in control and control the scene at home, it could get quite strained. And again, it's at the time when the Sun and Saturn are in their full opposition. So it could be a tense Sunday at the end of the week. Like I said at the start, this is, one of the quieter weeks of September, but the theme of Mars in the sign of Cancer is going to grow and grow and grow and grow. So, there are still things that are working out. This is the week when you're hitting the ground running and also there to reflect on what's coming up. I don't think you have to take action necessarily, but I do think it's important to reflect on where things have been unrealistic and how you are coming back into a sense of realization and also collaboration. So I hope that's helpful for you, Leo. Have a great week ahead. If I can be of any help, get in touch. My details are below, but lots and lots of love to you. Take care and catch you next week. Bye for now. Hey Virgo, so this is the week ahead for you from Monday the 2nd of September, taking you through to Sunday the 8th of September. This is an interesting one because this is the Virgo new moon. This is in your own sign. I always think that the new moons that take place in our own sign are very potent. They're creating a real sort of change and shift in our identity. So I'm going to spend a bit more time talking about this than anything else. And I hope you'll forgive me for that. Before I get going, I want to just give you a couple of pointers so that I can spend most of my time here and not have to detract from that, because this is a really, really strong time for you. So in terms of an overall energy sweep of the week ahead, the second, the first part of the 2nd of September is our quiet bit. It's our quiet stage just to let go, sort of regain our focus and really feel into the picture of who we are and who we are becoming, because the new moon in your own sign is absolutely there to show you a new picture of who you can be, who you might want to step into. And I know lots of people get very intentional and are saying, I intend to be more like this, and there's a presupposition with that. And that presupposition is that you're not already it. So what I absolutely recommend is on the 2nd that you start to build the picture inside yourself, build the feeling inside yourself, build the energy field inside yourself of who you are becoming, and radiate it out. Really feel it, stand in your power, really feel into it, so that as the new moon is coming in on the late evening, if you're in North America or on that side of the world, like late evening on the 2nd, or you might be on the 3rd in the early morning, early hours of the 3rd when the new moon is coming in. This is a time to be absolutely in an energy of poise and knowing of who you are. Now, the themes, very much, with the new moon in Virgo for you is about your identity and how you come across, your body, how you move in your body. Are you happy with your body? Do you like your appearance? Do you like your brand? Do you like how people see you when they first meet you? What's going on with your personality? Do you feel like you've got everything you need to absolutely shine and radiate out in the world in the way that you do? This is a moment of awareness about who you are and how you appear to be. So it's very, very, very poignant. Then on the 3rd and the 4th, we've got 2 really busy and intense days. And there's a reason for that. First of all, the new moon. But the new moon is also in opposition to Saturn. And it's not an exact opposition, but it's coming in towards the end of the week. That Sun and Saturn position are in exact opposition. But, it's growing all week. And so it feels like also with this new moon, there's the desire to be yourself, even though other people might want you to be someone else, or you're feeling the pressure from other people to knuckle down in a different way. So it's quite a lot of pressure that you're feeling, to perform and to be a certain way. And so again, this new moon is about you feeling a lot more expressed to be you, not to be someone else, not to be someone else's dream. You're here to do your life. You're here to absolutely love being you. And that is a theme throughout this week. Other things going on the 3rd and 4th. Well, we've got, we have, let me just double check. Yeah. On the, just leading into the 3rd and 4th, on the 2nd, we do have a trine between Mercury, your ruling planet, and Chiron. Now, I see that as being quite helpful because that's really giving a healing energy to you being in your power. It's giving this sense of you knowing where your vulnerabilities are and being unafraid to admit them. You know, your ruling planet right now in the sign of Leo, it's going direct again. And I would say that what you've learned in this recent Mercury retrograde has been quite helpful. The last few weeks, you've learned a lot about what you weren't prepared to see about yourself, where your blind spots were. So it does feel like you're moving forwards, and you're moving forwards with a bit more vulnerability. You know, you're not trying to pretend it's not there. You can actually see what's going on. So again, you might want to add that in to the who am I? What am I radiating out into the world right now? Something else going on, you know, around the 3rd and the 4th is Mars is changing signs. So I'll talk about that in a second. But anyway, with the flow of the week ahead, the 5th and the 6th are the quieter days, you know, and that's when the moon is coming into the sign of Virgo, into the sign of Libra. Now, on the 5th and the 6th, the moon is making some beautiful connections. So she's connecting to Venus, which is a nice chill kind of energy. It's about sharing, it's kind, it's compassionate, it's gentle. So use that gentleness to do something nice for yourself. You know, the moon is also connecting to the South Node. And again, you might have this sense of gentle nostalgia, a gentle remembrance of happier times. So, you know, allow this sort of gentle energy to, you know, come forwards, allow it to change you, allow it to sort of permeate. We've also got a lovely trine energy to Jupiter, which is there to create a sense of well-being. So there's a lot of really nice, yummy feelings between the 5th and the 6th. I think it's great to feel that you can talk to yourself, hear yourself talking openly and with some sense of vulnerability about how you would like your life to be, you know, and what changes you're committed to making. Then Saturday and Sunday, the 7th and 8th, the moon, as it goes into the sign of Scorpio, is bringing up some really strong feelings. So first of all, we've got this, and again, this is another Mercury thing. We've got Mercury in a square to Uranus. So here we've got ideas from the world impacting you at an unconscious level, and really bringing in a challenge, really bringing in a fresh set of insight that is frankly quite shocking. And it's arresting, you know, there's something shocking. And it could be like, if you are somebody who gets downloads and really trusts in intuition and telepathy, then this could be really great for you, because this is just what you really want. But if you don't like being shocked and then needing to change because of your new truth, you might not want some sort of shocking new evidence to come out and you know, like create a bit of a stir. So it does feel like you're a bit shocked towards the end of the week, you know, when Uranus and Mercury are coming into that square. And of course, at the end of the week, we've also got Sun in opposition, complete opposition to Saturn. So it does feel like there's stuff coming from out there and hitting you straight in the face. So some of it is the shock, but some of it is the feelings of the expectations of the people around you. You know, it's not a time when you're likely to feel highly valued by the people in your life. It's a time when they're likely to almost moan and gripe about how brilliant you are, or you can choose to read it that way. But they might be moaning about the changes you're going through and not quite seeing the mastery and majesty that you're going through in your transformations right now. Finally, there's a Mars in a square to Pluto energy, and also Mars in a square to the moon in a square to Pluto, and then moon in a square to Mars energy. And this is again bringing up this sense of power, this need to assert yourself, understand what levels of power you need, and also how to take the next step forward. So yeah, over the week, I would say the 2nd, the 5th and the 6th are the days to chill out more and be a lot more reflective. And then the 3rd and the 4th, you're going to need a lot of patience to unpack what's coming up from your relationships with other people in their response to why you want to be stronger in yourself, why you want to recreate yourself. And then the 7th and the 8th, it feels like there's a lot more pushback, and also a feeling that there are ideas out in the world that are also feeding into what's going on in terms of the changes you're going through. So the last thing that I really want to deal with then, and that is Mars's new position. You know, Mars is going into the sign of Cancer. It's going to be there for 2 months. And during that time, there's likely to be a feeling of maybe a bit more conflict around friends and networks, or your tribe, the people that you have felt comfortable with. All of a sudden, you might not feel so comfortable with. It might feel like everyone else is absolutely really being militant and speaking up and saying this, that, and the other, that you might not feel like you want to participate in. It might be too much. So you might find that everyone out there is feeling a little bit too angsty and a little bit too aggressive. And so you come back. You might be feeling slightly angry towards your friends. You know, it doesn't necessarily create a really strong collaboration. But what it can do, if you are in agreement, it can give you a lot of energy to actually do some hard work. So for instance, if you were feeling really in alignment with your tribe, you might be, or the people in your community that you love and respect and in your networks, you might actually be doing some community action, or you might be doing some kind of big thing, you know, that involves a lot of energy and a lot of patience. But I want to bring your attention to, and I brought attention to this earlier in the video right at the start, there is an upcoming series of oppositions to Pluto, and they're coming in earnest. They will be exact. The first one is exact from November the 3rd, and it's right here at the end of Cancer, and when Pluto is at the end of Capricorn. And then the subsequent 2 oppositions, we've got Mars in Leo and Pluto in Aquarius, but they are taking place from the 3rd of November until the 27th of April. Now, they are going to be really activating along this area of your chart, sort of in between the ideas of friendship and friend archetypes and a community vision, or a global vision, or a vision that you might want to connect with. And also what that means to your unconscious mind, your unconscious survival, all of your thoughts and feelings about survival. You know, how are you going to survive whilst it feels like there is power influencing how you are living right now? So there's this sort of ongoing theme, and again, that might have something to do with the shocking information or the feelings of shock and discovery that are happening around the 8th, and also in response to Saturn in opposition to the Sun. So I do think there's a lot to do with control and power. So if you were wanting to get prepared, I'm going to be talking about this at a much deeper level in a specific Mars Pluto video, but you know, you may choose to examine how much control you feel you have in your life, how you might choose to have more control in your life, and also how you might let go of needing to have control in your life. Because anywhere where you feel disempowered or weak or like a victim, that is likely to stir some really, really strong feelings. So the more you can do to empower yourself now, the easier it's going to be. Anyway, yes, this is quite a psychological week. This is out of the 4 weeks of September. This is one of the quieter ones. And I think, you know, with the new moon that you are recreating yourself with, I think this is a time to reflect, not necessarily a time to react. You can have some really good conversations, some deep conversations and rousing conversations. You know, as we go through September, more and more is going to come up for you to make changes on. But for now, it's really important to participate, but also observe with what's going on. See your patterns, feel them, understand them before you are really committing to something big later on this month. So I hope that's helpful to you, Virgo. If I can be of any further help, just get in touch. All my details are below, but have a phenomenal week ahead. Bye for now. Hey there, Libra. So this is a forecast to take you from the 2nd of September, Monday, the 2nd of September, until Sunday, the 8th of September. You might have already seen my September forecast, where I describe the overall planetary picture. You know, there's a lot going on. We've got the eclipse season coming in for the 2nd time this year. We've got an equinox on the 22nd. Mars is changing signs. Pluto literally just changed signs. There's lots of different things going on, and different facets and patterns that are coming up. In this particular update, I'll be talking about Mars going into Cancer on the 4th. I'll be talking about the new moon in Virgo taking place on the 2nd if you're in North America, or the 3rd if you're from Europe, right the way through to the rest of the world east of Europe and London. Yeah, and I will also be talking about Venus, your ruling planet, having a conjunction with the South Node. There's a lot going on for Venus. She, in last week's update, I was saying, she's the star of the show. She still is, actually, in my opinion. There's a lot going on with her. A lot of clearing is going on. And I think that's what I'm going to talk about a lot. I will be talking about the new moon, but I really think the clearing of what's going on with your relationships is what's really going to, be helpful for you in terms of using that new moon energy. Yeah. And as another thing that's also going on is we've got this very strong sun and moon opposition to Saturn at the time of the new moon. It's not exact, but as we go through the week, the sun moves into an ever stronger opposition with Saturn, and that really does play out at the end of the week. So what I'm going to start with is just giving you a quick heads up overview of the energies for each day. So on the 2nd, as we're coming into the 2nd until the time of the new moon, I absolutely recommend that you use that time as quiet time, rest time, relaxation time. You might have to go to work, understandably, seeing as it's Monday for most people, like different times of Monday according to where you are in the world. But this is a time when we are gathering up loose ends. We are at our most tired. You might want to get a lift into work rather than walk. Make your life as easy for you as possible. Have a lie in if you can. Feel as comfortable as you can. We're at the end of the moon phase, and this moon phase is ending and starting at this very private and very quiet part of your chart. A place of the blind spot, a place of your unconscious mind, a place of your imagination, your intuition, all of your psychic yumminess, and also some of your biggest self-sabotages and fears exist in this area as well. So it is a place of absolute unconscious mystery, but also possibly your most magnificent energy is kind of there. It's like this huge, big sort of mysterious place. A bit like a sort of galaxy, it is your connection to all that is. So this is a particularly strong time, I have to say. So yeah, on the 2nd, take it as easy as possible. This is your time to absolutely rest and get ready, because as the new moon is coming into being late on in the day of the 2nd and early in the morning of the 3rd, we are coming into that blank, clean slate. That moment to recreate ourselves in a new way. Now, how is this manifesting for you? Well, I think you've got an opportunity to have a deeply, deeply intuitive month ahead, almost as if it's an initiation. I see this month ahead for you as being a time of real deep knowing, real deep learning, real deep understanding about your fears, your hopes, your drives, your motivations, all these things that might have been locked up in the past. You might have thought something and kind of locked it away and kind of put it into the back of your mind. Now is the time for things to be reawoken. So it can be quite a disturbing time, actually, because lots of old stuff is coming up. But it doesn't need to be disturbing. You could see all the new ideas and things that are arising within you. You can just see it as information. If you choose to, you can say, oh, that's interesting. That's come up. Oh, I wonder where that's come up from. And you can piece it out almost like it's a murder mystery novel, or a little storyline that you're following. So, I think there's some real deep life-changing things coming up and a real potential to create some big changes in your unconscious patterning. So for instance, if you're fascinated by things like hypnosis or timeline therapy or different kinds of awakening exercises or protocols or meditation routines, or seeking out the help of a particular teacher, then this is the time to do it. You could absolutely make some really brilliant and wonderful headway. So the 2nd into the 3rd is holding the energy of expectation for the deepest levels of unconscious change. So I don't think that's a particularly powerful place to be, is to have an expectation of deep unconscious magnificent change, because that's assuming that you're not already the energy of already being all-knowing and all-seeing. So why don't you create that energy for you? If that's the energy that you aspire to connect into and tap into, why don't you celebrate the new moon being in the energy of complete being in the energy of your most exultant self, that most connected self, that most psychic self, the most receptive self, the most meditative self, and see what happens as the new moon grows that energy and works with your complete energetic field. Now, one of the reasons that this might be coming in, with Saturn in the 6th, in opposition, Saturn is kind of always bringing you back to reality. Saturn's such a buzzkill at times, so he's like, oh, you can't do this because you've got bills to pay. You can't do this because there's time. Don't time exists, and there's a routine, and you've got a physical body, and this, that, and the other. So I really see that this new year, this new moon, is also about challenging how you can be in the real world or the physical world. I'm knocking on my desk here. It feels very physical, but from a metaphysical perspective, we might know that it's all actually 99 point doodah. It's just like space. Like the whole idea of metaphysics and entanglement. This is the month ahead where you can absolutely learn about the balance between being in the physical reality and also managing and navigating how you can be a stream of consciousness, or how you can use the consciousness around you all the time. So I wasn't expecting that this was where I was going with this particular reading, but this is obviously what's needing to come up. So the 3rd and 4th are particularly intense. I'm going to come back to those. But the Thursday, the 5th and the 6th, as the moon comes into your own sign, the moon is making a conjunction to the South Node. We might be feeling a bit nostalgic. We might be tripping the light fandango, going into past lives, if that's what you believe in. This is a time when you're a lot more reflective and absolutely feeling connected to all sorts of different energies from the past. And then when the moon connects to Venus, it's an opportunity for us to absolutely enjoy the peace of who we are, the awareness of who we are, and the enjoyment of just being in your natural body. Later on, the moon is going to make a lovely trine to Jupiter in Gemini, creating this feeling of optimism and openness. So I think the 5th and the 6th are really quite nice. Something else that's happening on the 6th is we've got an opposition between the moon to Chiron in Aries. Now, that could be a time when we feel a bit vulnerable, but there's also a sextile between the moon and Mercury. So, even if you are feeling like there's a vulnerability coming up, again, I'm talking about all these things can come up freely and you can observe them and say, oh, that's interesting. Where did you come from? But, you've also got Jupiter and Mercury supporting you on that day to help you be open and positive and to talk about things. And you might be talking about it to yourself. You might just be writing it down. You might be recording your voice. You might go for a walk and have a conversation with it. But, this is an energy that's there to help you. I don't want to say purge, but just gently lift and allow. Then Saturday and Sunday, the 7th and 8th, these are very strong power days. On those days, we have the energy of Mercury. Where is Mercury? Mercury's there in a square to Uranus, which is bringing up some possibly shocking ideas and memories from the past to do with other people's expectations of you, possibly some shame, blame, guilt and anger that's been playing out, possibly shame, blame, guilt and anger that's been playing out in terms of your relationship with friends and how you fit into society, like Are you running with the stories of society? Do you fit in the narrative? Or do you feel some quite shocking embarrassment because you're not quite there? You know, there is some real sort of grating energy with that. And there is the fullness of the Sun and Saturn opposition, which is also, again, talking about, you know, the gentleness of you, the dreaminess and intuition of you versus the reality. So I really think over the weekend of the 7th and the 8th, you might be feeling a little bit caught between a rock and a hard place. Like, your reality is that you are quite dreamy, that you are really compassionate, that you actually do want to live peacefully and live in a different way. And yet the reality of your life is that actually the outside world is quite hard in places, and it's difficult, and people are angry, and people are bitter and resentful, and blah, 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 blah. So yeah, there's some real strong power shifts going on the 7th and the 8th. Now, if you've got a Scorpio theme in your chart, you could really use this, you know, because the moon is also in a trine with Mars and is also making a square to Pluto. So there is, and, you know, the moon is also in the sign of Scorpio. So a lot of these themes, I think, is how you make your financial way in the world with your unique way of being you versus other people's ideas on how you're meant to be. And so I think you can make some headway. You know, this is about saying, what is it about the power structure that is bothering me? What is it about other people's expectations that are bothering me? And you might find, and I love this, and I got this from Access Consciousness, Dr. Dane here, you know, it's like the phrase, and I play this to myself quite a bit. What if the wrongness of you is actually the rightness of you? You know, so what if all this time you've been hiding who you think you need to be more acceptable, whilst actually ignoring the real beauty of who you are? So I actually think the 7th and the 8th, if you're really wanting to be your complete rebellious self, you could actually find a lot of power and freedom from really embracing who you are. And again, that really ties back into the new moon, because the new moon is in this very secret place of potential where you can absolutely choose to tune into who you are meant to be, and what might really lift you up. So yeah, I think there's some really great stuff. Last thing that I want to touch on then, and that is the position of Mars. You know, Mars is going to go into the sign of Cancer. He's going to be there for two months. And as he's coming into November, he's going into a series of 3 exact oppositions with Pluto. That's going to be, these oppositions are going to be really, really strong. So I do think over the next couple of months, I'm going to do a specific video about this, about the oppositions and what preparation you can do for them. But I think any anger and fieriness that is unexpressed within you about your career and how you stand in the world and how much influence you have, how much power you have, how much you're appreciated, any of that unspent anger and aggression and energy, you need to find some way to get it out so that it doesn't become a huge hook for this Pluto and Mars oppositions. But, you know, we're quite a way off from there. And so actually what I want to focus on as my last point, and this is directly about your ruling planet Venus. You know, Venus is in a T-square this week. She's still in the kite from last week. So if you remember last week's message, she is still in a kite with Uranus and Pluto and Neptune. And this week she is in that, and also a T-square with Mars and Neptune and the South Node and the North Node. What we've got here, as far as I can see, and I spoke about this potential earlier in the show, so watch that as well if you want more info, given that she's your ruling planet. But, you know, Venus wants to be nice. She wants to people please. She wants to do things for other people. Mars is wanting to do things for himself before thinking about other people. And Neptune is just going to reflect whatever you want, not reflect, but Neptune doesn't really care if you're unconditional or not. You know, Neptune is unboundaried, is illusionary, is difficult to understand, but is also very idealistic. As far as I can see, there are many themes going on right now about serving others or serving yourself and the whole nature of relationships. And, you know, are they unconditional or are they very much conditional? And I think especially with the energy of the kite that I mentioned last week in your last reading, you know, and check it out if it's useful, you know, because it is still playing out. What you're learning in this week ahead is that to the level that you are idealistic in your relationships, you're likely to find yourself knocking yourself down. You know, you're setting these really high expectations for your relationships that no relationship can actually live up to, none at all. You know, because we are in this physical space with physical desires, with physical needs, and it's every man for themselves. No matter how much you love somebody, you know, we have to look after ourselves first. And so I do think there's some tension between not being served properly, having a demand to be served first, feeling really upset because in the past you've served everyone else first, and then when it's your turn, you're expecting someone to step up and be a hero for you, and nobody's stepping up necessarily. And the sort of heartbreak that you've made that mean that obviously it's not pure love, or it's not this, or it's not that. And the truth is, none of us can, well, the truth is, as far as I see, it's just my opinion, I don't know if any of us can actually truly love unconditionally. I think we can get close to it. We might have a moment where we feel it, but can we hold on to it? I'm not entirely sure we can. So what I would say is go easy on yourself. You know, if you're feeling the need or a demand coming up, recognize it as such and ask yourself, where was that not attended to in my past? Where was I hurt in the past? And deal with it there, not in the present, because you're bringing your past needs into your future. So that's quite harsh. So I hope that's not too hard to hear. And I hope that's helpful. I really hope it's helpful. You know, we're all suffering from this, but this is really, really strong for you. So anyway, that's my update for the week ahead. I hope that's helpful. Like I said, there's a full September workout, and I've also done a new moon video as well. So if I can be of any help, just get in touch. My details are below, but if not, speak to you next time. Have a great week ahead. And yeah, catch you next week. Bye. Hey, Scorpio, how are you doing? So this is your forecast for the week ahead. You know what? I know we're in September, but there's so many different things going on at the moment. One of them, well, both of your ruling planets have changed signs this week. You know, so Pluto right at the start, you know, literally on the 1st or the 30th, according to where you are in the world. And then Mars is changing signs on the 4th. You know, so there is a definite changing energy to anyone with a strong Scorpio energy, whether it's your Scorpio ascendant, your Scorpio sun, your Scorpio moon. It's big. And earlier in this video, I did talk a little bit about the Mars cycle that we're currently in. You know, Mars is changing signs and going into the sign of Cancer on the 4th, and he's going to be there for 2 months. And then there is a series of 3 oppositions between Mars and Pluto down here. And of course, they're both your ruling planets in opposition 3 times, starting from the 3rd of November, going right the way through to April the 27th. But that's when they're exact. You know, in truth, they're going to be coming on at the end of October and going on to mid-May. So this is a really big, energetic. And so even though I'm talking about the week ahead, I do feel like it's time to just sow the seed that something big is coming to shift. And where it's happening in your chart because of this shift, you know, these shifts are going on for you in terms of what it is that you know about the world and your sense of belonging. Like, are you in the right place right now? You know, there is a sense that that locations are transformative, and that locations have expectations. You know, especially with Pluto down here, there is this sense of, you know, where is home? Well, it feels like there's a lot of power in the local community. And are you happy to be in these communities under the power of other people? And then there's this Mars energy really wanting to explore and wanting to have freedom. And of course, that's very difficult to find your perfect place to settle when you're feeling quite disruptive. And of course, you know, Pluto is also moving during the times of these oppositions is moving into the 4th house, really creating a transformative sense of home, possibly changing it, in a really big way. And then, Mars up here, you go from wanting freedom to wanting to be really direct in your career and really moving with that energy. So they are very, very deep. Anyway, in this week ahead, that's just a little heads up, and I will be recording something separate, and I'll be definitely going to town with the sign of Scorpio for sure. In this week ahead, we have got the new moon on the night of the 2nd, going into the early morning of the 3rd, according to where you are in the world. It's in the sign of Virgo, which is absolutely a place of shared dreams and shared visions for you. So there's a lot that's likely to be triggered by this new moon. It has a lot to do with friendships and networks as well. So, this could be actually a new moon that creates an opening for you, that creates a much bigger perspective to share with your friends, to share with your overall tribe. It could be really, really beneficial. So yeah, we've got the new moon. We are thereafter going into a waxing phase, as the moon is getting bigger and bigger. So there is a sense of liftoff. There is a sense of direction, a sense of newness, a new sense of possibility. There's new patterns to observe. So yeah, there's a sense of hope that is likely to build during the scope of the week, as it moves on by. So that's great. Other things that are going on, we've got on the 3rd and the 4th, Venus is in an exact conjunction with the South Node, in a very sort of private part of your chart. Now, I spoke about Venus's energy last week at great length, because she's also making a grand trine to Pluto and Uranus. And I was talking about your desire to have a much deeper connection with people and partners, and a much more freeing and deep connection with your partner. So you're freeing old patterns up. But she's also in opposition to Neptune, and she still is. And the opposition with Neptune is showing where you've got really unrealistic expectations in your relationships, where you've hidden from the truth, where you've thought that all relationships are based on unconditional principles, where maybe you've given more than you've been, you've given more quite freely, but then not quite freely, felt quite upset when maybe the energy isn't reciprocated in the same way. So there's a lot about boundaries. There's a lot about giving and overgiving, a lot about people pleasing and self-sacrifice for a greater cause, even though nobody's actually asking you to do that. Or if they are, they're asking you in a completely different context. So there's a lot going on. And now Venus is now making a T-square to your other ruler. So she was connected to Pluto here, but she's also now in a T-square with Mars and Neptune, the South Node and the North Node. So this is also going to come into play. So what I'm going to do is start by pacing you through where the moon is and how that's affecting you. So a kind of overview of each couple of days, what they're likely to bring up, and then talk more about some of the bigger aspects. So yes, as we're coming into the new moon, early on the 2nd until the time of the new moon, it's a time to absolutely let go of where we're trying to hold on to things. It's a sleepy time, a time to rest, a time not to do too much other than get into the energy field of what you're hoping to create. Now, the new moon is a new possibility. So if you're wanting to get into the possibility of health, which is very much a Virgoan thing, that's good. But if you're wanting to get into the energy field of the 11th house, which is about networks and global visions and cooperation and collaboration and meeting with people in a new and powerful way, then it's important that as you are clearing space, clearing your mind of lots of distractions, as you're being calmer on the 2nd, go into the energy of being powerfully connected, go into the energy field of a global vision that you feel completely aligned to. Go into the vibration or the energy that you feel completely matches who you are, because this new moon is there. But if you're petitioning for, I really want greater relationships, I want greater friendships, I'm standing for that. I recognize as you're saying that, or as I'm saying that, there is a sort of presupposition that you don't already have it. So stand in the energy of it already being. Stand in the energy of I am this, and see what happens as you're coming into the new moon. Thereafter, the 3rd and the 4th are kind of rocket fuel days. They have lots and lots of energies going on, and from there on, the moon will gradually start to show. Will start to grow. It's going into a waxing crescent, and so throughout the rest of the week, it's growing, and things should move a bit faster. However, even though things are starting to grow and potentials are starting to grow, when the moon is going through this part of your chart, it is quite a sleepy time. It's a time when we don't want to have to think too long and hard. It's a time when, we actually kind of want to retreat into ourselves. So the 3rd and the 4th, you are still slightly out there. There's a lot of relationship stuff going on. So what I was talking about, demands, like overgiving versus taking, how do you feel in terms of your relationships? Where have you put too much on your partner, and where are you not actually taking full responsibility for your own needs to get matched, and all the feelings around it? The 3rd and 4th are likely to bring that up, especially seeing as the new moon is in opposition to Saturn. Saturn is really showing you, I think that you almost you're killing intimacy when you're putting in expectations on people. Saturn is showing you to follow your own bliss, to follow your own joy, to make your own bliss and joy your own consideration, your own responsibility, not putting it on other people. But he's also showing you that when you're expecting other people to do it for you, it kills it anyway. So the 3rd and the 4th, these themes are really, really strong. So they are really, really picking up. Then Thursday and Friday, so that's the 5th and the 6th, the moon is going through the sign of Libra. It's in a very sort of slightly sleepy place for you. It's a time to chill out. I wouldn't plan too much for Thursday and Friday. If I was in your shoes, and I am, because my birth, my ascendant is actually Scorpio, this is a time to relax a bit more, to dream a bit more, to imagine a bit more, and have gentle fun, but not to bust a ball, like trying to do anything. The moon comes into a conjunction with Venus and the South Node, so we can feel a bit whimsical, enjoy the connections that we do have that aren't that taxing. There is a lovely trine to Jupiter and a sextile to Mercury, so we can talk about things. There is an opposition to Chiron too, which can bring stuff up, but I think Jupiter and Mercury are really supportive on the 5th and the 6th. That's Thursday and Friday. Saturday and Sunday, then the 7th and 8th, as the moon comes into this part of your chart, there's a lot of power struggles coming up. And if you've got lots of Scorpio in your chart, this is going to bring up a lot of stuff for sure. So for instance, there is a square between Uranus and Mercury on the 7th and into the 8th. That is likely to bring up a lot of surprise from your relationships, especially in terms of how your relationships are impacting your career. It feels like there's a lot of shocks. There's tension. It feels like there are unexpected items in the bagging area. There are things that you weren't expecting to have to pay for, and yet there's stuff coming up, and it's highly irritating. The Sun and Saturn go into their full opposition, which again is showing you that when you're expecting other people to make it right for you, it's just not going to work. And you're just barking up the wrong tree. You're not leaning against an open door, you're leaning against a brick wall, and it hurts. It's just not fun anymore. The moon goes into a square with Pluto, and then it goes into a trine with Mars. And so this is just a really intense time. That the weekend of the 7th and the 8th, it's a time when you might want to ask yourself, why don't I feel in control? Why don't I feel more empowered? How can I feel more empowered? Do I need to let go of controls to be happy? What might happen if I did that? How would I keep myself safe if I was to do that? Because there's all sorts of different responses. I personally think the more we can be happy with what is right now, and I laugh as I'm saying this inwardly because my husband would say I'm a million miles away from this myself, but I think the more we can be happy with what is and feel empowered within our own lives just like that, I think things would change really, really quickly. But if your happiness is absolutely based on having this, and this happen, and some of those you might be taking full responsibility for, but if they're not in your now reality, it's likely to come up as a bit of a power struggle between yourself and yourself. So ease off. And yeah, this might really play into what's going on with Mars and Pluto down here. You know, Mars is up here. You're really wanting to express yourself and find much more freedom and feel much more accomplishment to learn, to know what you know, to keep growing. And you may well have set yourself some goals that are preventing the very thing that you're hoping to do. So just be aware of that. So to wrap it all up, this is quite an intense week, but it's not one that I think you should be taking any direct action. This is one that I see taking place at the level of reflection, observation, noticing, and then having some discussions, some real open and honest discussions with your loved ones. This isn't a time to be getting into like some kind of war effort with your family or friends. You know, this is a time to find a way to work together, and also a time to realize where we've been putting our stuff on other people and also where they've been putting stuff on us. We can only truly be free when we give ourselves freedom and we apply it to our family and friends. So yeah, well done as you work through that one. So yeah, I hope this is a helpful little guidance into the week, like the first week into September. Like I say, there's much bigger patterns coming in. So the more you can reflect and observe and like lightly go through this week, the easier it's going to be later on when the real big stuff comes in. And, you know, whilst I say real big stuff, you know, you might think, oh my God, that sounds terrible, but it could be really exciting. You know, can you imagine if you freed yourself from some of these patterns that aren't working for you right now, and then this big, exciting astrology comes in? You know, it could actually be quite beneficial. So there you go. I hope that's helpful. If I can be of any further help, then get in touch. My details are below. But if not, I'll catch you another time. Bye for now. Hey there, Sagittarius. So this is your forecast taking you from that's Monday, the 2nd of September, right the way through to Sunday, the 8th of September. Now, this is quite a big month, which I've detailed with quite a lot of gusto in my September forecast, and also my new moon forecast has already been released for the new moon in Virgo on the 3rd of September, which is coming up this week. It's part of this forecast as well. There's a lot of stuff. You know, this is the month where we have the September equinox. You know, the scene change, the season change from summer to autumn in the northern hemisphere and from winter to spring in the southern hemisphere. So this is big. We've also got the start of the second eclipse season of this year, which is a full moon in Pisces, or a partial lunar eclipse. And this is pretty big. It's in a conjunction with Neptune. So there's some really big patterns. It's also making a square to the galactic center. I've spoken about that in the September forecast. So there's a lot of big stuff in this week. This is one of the quieter weeks, believe it or not. But there's a lot of aspects. So what I'm going to do in this short forecast is detail a little bit about the overall feelings of the days, you know, like what you might be doing on the 2nd, 3rd and the 4th, their kind of energy, the energy shift between the 5th and 6th, and then Saturday and Sunday of the 7th and 8th. So I'll detail those for you. Talk a little bit about where this new moon is manifesting for you and how you might want to be in the moment of the new moon. Like, what might you want to kind of radiate out? What energy field would you like to be in that can be felt and somehow picked up and run with? You know, I always think, you know, we could spend a lot of our time intending and writing very detailed lists of what we're doing, or we could just be the energy that we want to see. And, you know, I wonder which would be more powerful for you right now. That's the question I'm handing right over to you. We've also got Mars going into the sign of Cancer, which, you know, Mars is going to be in the sign of Cancer for 2 months. And towards the end of his time in the sign of Cancer is lining up a series of 3 oppositions to Pluto right down here. So these are going to be a pretty big energy that is going to be playing out, you know, over the time from the end of October to the, say, beginning of May. The exact oppositions are on the November the 3rd. I can't remember the middle one, but the last one is on the 27th of April. So, you know, it's quite a big time lapse, you know, like Mars is going to be in this part of your chart for a while. So it's important to understand the impact that might have. So I will talk a little bit about it. I will do a separate video about that soon for sure. But I think it's important to introduce it as a concept so you're aware of what's coming up, so that you can start to manage it or work towards it, you know. It's a bit like, and obviously I don't want to describe Mars in opposition to Pluto as a holiday. I don't think of it in those terms, to be fair. But, you know, like if you've got a holiday, you might start saving some money for it. You might put aside something, or you might buy some clothes. You start to prepare for it. You know, Mars in opposition to Pluto could be a very big challenge for people, but it could also be the thing that helps us really get into gear and really raise up our potential, really rise up in our game of life. And so, yeah, there might be things we want to do, and those things might involve upskilling. They might involve certain tools that you might need, certain books, a certain amount of, you know, mental preparation. Who knows? So I think it's worth paying that some attention. We've also got this opposition between the Sun and Saturn. Now, at the time of the new moon, it's in opposition to the new moon. At the end of the week, the Sun and Saturn are in an exact opposition. And then finally, we've also got this Venus conjunction to the South Node. You know, I've put this in because Venus is a very, very busy young lady at the moment. You know, I mentioned a lot about Venus last week because she, you know, has formed this a series of relationships, like a constellation, I would say, of sort of energetics, you know, with Pluto here, and then with Uranus here. So that's a grand trine, but also it's a kite because it also connects in with Neptune as well. Well, you know, in a week, that pattern is still there, but it's also reforming in a new way. You know, there's new things being added into this. So now Venus is even closer to the South Node and obviously in opposition to the North Node. So that's also part of the picture. But now Mars has also shifted. So there's also a South Node Venus opposition to the North Node in a T-square with Mars. So, you know, Venus is still on the agenda, and I want to unpack that a little bit. And of course, Jupiter, you know, Jupiter is your ruling planet. And as such, I also want to mention a couple of moons that I think are important. So, you know, well, you know, he is making or the moon is making a square to him on the 3rd. So where is that? So here's where Jupiter is. This is where the moon is on the 3rd, making a square. That's likely a day when we feel things in an over-the-top way. Probably don't know how to stop in our emotions. And then on the 6th, we've got a trine. Now, I think these are very, very helpful. But one thing that is persistent is the square between Saturn and Jupiter, really bringing up authority issues for us and getting us to, I say us because my sun is in Sagittarius. You know, it's really getting us to consider what it is to be a grown-up. You know, which models are we going to be following or falling into? Are we going to be developing our Saturnian side or our Jupiter side? How are we relating to the Saturn types of people and also the Jupiterian types of people that are in our lives? So there's a lot going on. These two are showing a need to consider power and the balance and application of power in our lives and responsibility. And it's very grown up. Suffice to say. So let's get cracking. First thing I'm going to do then is just lay out a quick overview of the energies as we go through this. So on the 2nd, you know, as we come into the 2nd of September, we are in the tail end of the waning phase. So the moon is all but disappeared. You know, this is a time to rest, not really stress ourselves. if anything, I see it as going to a fancy dress shop. You know, we want to think, okay, what new reflection of myself do I want to bring about at the time of the new moon? What's my new focus? If your new focus is being a kick-ass career person, given that, you know, the new moon is in the 10th house, that could be quite exciting. Or that you have more power, or you have more influence, or you're suddenly recognized, that your brand grows across time and space. You know, if they are the energies that you're wanting to bring out there, then from the second, as we're going into this time, coming into this new moon, start to feel it. You know, sit down a couple of times, you know, maybe every hour, sit down for 5 minutes and chill out and go into the feeling of being successful in your career, feeling the success, hearing the success, be the energy, let it lead in your body. So you're feeling it and it's radiating out from you. It's really important, I think, to absolutely let ourselves play with the energy in a playful way. Not that it's forced, not that it's difficult, but you know, are you going to write about it, or are you going to be it first and let life pick up on it and run with it? You know, that's the energy that I'm really picking up for this. So yeah, the second to the third, it's like being the energy you want to bring out into the world, feel it, play with it. And then the third and fourth, we are like, boom, into this week. It's like Tuesday, Wednesday. There's some really big patterns, really, really big. First of all, the leftover resonance from the Venus kite from last week, you know, those videos are still up. You know, you can still listen to that video and listen to your forecast. But it was talking about how we're going deeper into our relationships, whilst at the same time analyzing them and recognizing that, you know, all that glitters is not gold, and that we might have had higher expectations on our relationships and we might be a bit cautious, you know. So how can we be cautious and also go deeper into our relationships? Well, actually, I think it's having lived through this for a week as well. So I've also got some personal intel, and I'm sure you do too, right? You know, I've noticed that the stories playing in me about my expectations within relationships, my expectations, my feelings about people pleasing, my feelings about self-sabotage, my feelings about self-sacrifice, and the level we go to for our relationships. It's been an insane amount of learning that I've been doing, and I wonder if that's happened to you too. You know, Venus in opposition to Neptune, I now know and can see, and have spoken to others and heard their feedback too. You know, it often brings up where we have been idealistic about our relationships, where we have had our relationships written in our heads, in our minds in a certain way, a bit like the Cinderella story that we're all given it as children, that one day this prince is going to come by on a white stallion and, you know, come and sort you out. That sounded a bit sort of, that's not what I was meaning, but, you know, that your life might turn around, that our life turns around because of the people in our life. And so, yeah, there are these feelings that we develop about what love must feel like. And sometimes it feels like somebody is going to do what we want or fulfill our needs. And so I really think that, you know, Venus's position in opposition to Neptune, you know, going across your fourth house and into your 10th, has absolutely brought up stuff about selflessness at home versus selfishness in our outer lives, you know, and the difficulty in being really honest about it. Now we've got the same set of circumstances going on, but we have some models in our life, and this might have come from us, it might come from our partners, it might be both of us at the same time, but you may notice where you are asking to have your needs met, where you're actually demanding. You might also find that your partners are asking to have their needs met, but actually it's coming across as a demand. And you might get to experience what it feels like to recognize what it feels like to have somebody demanding something of you, and therefore what it must be like when you're demanding of them. So I think what's really going on is we're getting this opportunity to see that there are no rights or wrongs, really. It's more about how you set up your relationship. You know, if you are aspiring to have relationships that are unconditional, and you truly believe you can be unconditional, and you're doing things from a place of an unconditional love, and you are still holding the expectation that your love is going to do the same to you, then this could be a really painful time. You know, just because you choose, you're making the decision to do something to a certain level doesn't mean to say that your partner needs to do the same. So these are very tricky times. And I think this is where we can deepen in our relationships as we unpack this, and we realize that if we want to be free to be ourselves, we have to allow freedom for our partners too, and what that might mean, and what fears come up when, you know, these situations arise in our conversations. So I think, yeah, Venus is really taking us on quite a journey, and then she is in this exact conjunction with the South Node. And she's showing up in this place of friendship in terms of your life. You may well feel that there's lots of old memories coming up, lots of old associations, lots of old friendships that you're reviewing right now, recognizing what went on back then from this new ability to see things, this new perspective that you're seeing things from. So it's kind of waking up, I think, in terms of your relationships, your relatedness to others, your friendships, and how that might move you going forwards. You know, are we going to let go of the fairy tale and actually see each other as real people and let each other be a real person? And I think that's really important. So the 3rd and the 4th are absolutely rife with these stories. And also the opposition between the new moon and Saturn. Like, Saturn is showing you that, you know, sometimes the harshest critics come from home. And we can really exhaust ourselves, you know, trying to meet the needs of people who are saying, this is what I need, this is what I need. And you know when you're in one of those cycles and you're giving them exactly what they're asking for, and actually nothing is changing, it's because what they're asking for isn't actually what they need. They're just upset about something. So there's so much to unpack with this. Thursday and Friday then, so that's the 5th to the 6th. By that time, the moon has changed signs. And so the moon connects with Venus. We're feeling a little bit more alive with love and compassion, and, you know, things are feeling a bit friendlier. We've made a connection, or the moon has made a connection to the South Node. So things feel like we are maybe, I don't know, a bit more nostalgic. We're able to be a bit whimsical. And then there's this lovely trine between the moon and Jupiter, which I think is refreshing and is giving us a sense of well-being. Then if we go to the energies of Saturday and Sunday, you know, the moon is coming into this very, very private area of our charts. And as this happens, the moon makes a square to Pluto. So that's high energy. We also have the moon making a trine to Mars. Again, very high energy. We're wanting to take action. Now, this high intensity, high energy feeling, this plutonic moon is absolutely, and this kind of like really sort of scorpionic moon in this very private place, it's bringing up the most intensest of feelings for us. So we're talking about our fears, our self-sabotage, the lengths we'll go to remain in control, the secrets we hold from ourselves, the secrets we hold from other people, and also the things we daren't look at. So, you know, based on what's going on, you could be quite shocked. You know, this is a very, very intense time, and a time when we tend to get quite sleepy. So, you know, if you were to plan the end of your week, like next Saturday and Sunday, the 7th and 8th, to do something that's going to nourish you at a soul level and really tune into your intuition, you wouldn't be going too far wrong. It could bring up some great stuff, or if you're in a workshop or a retreat. But if you've got family over with whom you have big old power struggles with, this could be a really struggling time. I mean, it's a retreat in itself, but like one that, you know, is live and in real time and maybe not that easy. Now, one of the things about the weekend, Saturday and Sunday, we've got this square between Mercury and Uranus. And so there's a lot of noise. There's a lot of intel. There's a feeling of stuff happening. You know, there's this awareness of what's going on in the world, and the shock that is felt at home related to that. And then this kind of awareness and shock, the moon is in this private part, it's likely to trigger some real deep feeling of fear, or a deep program is likely to come up. And at the same time that's happening, the sun goes into opposition to Saturn. Again, it's like, how can you feel free to express yourself in your career when it feels like there's secret, silent critics at home judging you? Or it might be your parents, and you're thinking, no matter how good you do in your career, you're always judging yourself by the inner parental critics that you feel. So I do think, Saturday and Sunday, just give yourself nice scenarios to work with, and, give yourself space to be. And if you are seeing people, create a sense of strategy, have a strategy there up your sleeve. So you can just say, just need to take the dog for a walk, or, oh, I forgot to get milk earlier, I'm just off down the shop. Find a sense of release for yourself so that you can process this in a very internal way. When the moon's here, we don't really want too much company. So they're the sort of day-to-day highlights. Now, let's just go a bit deeper into Mars, because Mars is coming into the 8th house. The 8th house isn't a particularly comfortable area for anyone, unless you like to kind of constantly be stimulated by the psychology of life and change and transformation and the difficulties that come up. The 8th house is, it shows us our rites of passage, which could be a thing of joy, if it's fostered like that in your culture. But if you're brought up in a culture whereby the older you get, the more on the shelf you get, and if you don't do certain milestones at certain times, then the rites of passage are kind of slightly, I don't know, hurtful, a bit dumb. They don't quite make sense. So there's a lot of stuff going on to do with endings followed by new beginnings, the sense of letting go. What are we letting go of? It's also the place where our hurts, our shames, our embarrassments, our guilts, our resentments, they are held. It's everybody else's expectations, and your expectations on other people also hurt. The 8th house is a perfect place for guilt throwing, guilt catching, like sowing shame out to other people, and also feeling ashamed and embarrassed as well. So, I see this as a place of real secrets. And having Mars going through this place for the next 2 months is likely to actively bring up a sense of irritation. So you might find that people are kind of almost piercing into, I don't know why I said piercing into, but it might be that the people around you are really touching a deep place of your inner psychology, and it's uncomfortable. So it's a place of triggering. So you might choose to notice when you're feeling triggered, make a note of it, go off on your own, work out where it's come from. Or if you can feel triggers, notice them and have the wherewithal to say, okay, that's interesting, not comfortable. Where does that come from? Then you might be able to, work some things out. I mean, this is the time of self-help. This is the time of self-help books, podcasts, and we are living in a great time for that, by the way. I mean, this is really good, isn't it? This is the time of maybe realizing something that's holding you back, like a persistent self-sabotage, and working through it. Because, where Mars is right now, he's showing you which endings you're not comfortable or courageous enough to take, and then he's showing you what you might gain the other side. And of course, every leap of faith is a bit worrying. Every rite of passage has some pain. So worth paying that a little bit of attention. Right, where am I? Have I done it all? I think I feel quite done now. So there you go, Sagittarius. I hope that was helpful for you in the week ahead. Obviously, it's just 1 week in quite a big month. So I hope that's helpful. If I can be of any further help, then just get in touch. All my details are below. But have a spectacular week and catch you next time. Bye for now. Okay, Capricorn, how are you doing? So this is my weekly check-in to give you a sense of what's going on in the world of you. For this week ahead, going from Monday, the 2nd of September to Sunday, the 8th of September. There's some big things going on, and I mention them all, or as many as I can, in the September overview, and also in the new moon review that's being launched. It has already been launched. It's a new moon in Virgo, a fellow Earth sign. Now, this particular new moon is in a place of utter freedom and growth and evolution and awakening. So I really like this new moon for you. I think this is a great position to have a new moon. And of course, each month, the new moon is really highlighting a different area of our life. And so this is a great one. So in this short reading, what I'm going to do is pace out the feelings for the days and how you might choose to use the energy. I will talk a little bit about the new moon, a bit about Cancer going into this part of your chart in the sign of Cancer. Sorry, Mars going into Cancer. We've got oppositions to Saturn. You know, this is the time of year where we're having the opposition. So was it last week or the week before when we had Venus going into opposition with Saturn? I think it was the week before. You know, Mercury's in the post next week, I think, with that opposition. But right now, at the time of the new moon, the moon and the sun were in opposition. And at the end of this week, the sun is exactly in opposition. This is quite a tricky time. You know, Saturn is your ruling planet, but having the sun in opposition to it is quite challenging, because it's almost like you're in two minds. There's two ways of being, and a real sort of reluctance to find a mutuality, you know. So I will be sort of explaining how that's likely to play out. Also, Saturn is in a square to Jupiter, and this is a long-term effect. It's going on for another 9 months. It's already been around for about a month and a half. It happens every 9 or so years, this particular square. So yeah, it's unusual, and it's very much about power balance and how structured our life is, and are our structures working? You know, are we our own authority? And if so, how's that working for us? So let's get cracking. So in this week ahead, then, the 2nd, as we're going into this week ahead, the 2nd of September, we are in the tail end of the waning phase. It's time to let go. It's time to not be that excited about doing stuff. Don't start anything new just yet, unless you're wanting to let go of something, detox from something, literally just before the new moon. It's a great time to completely cut a habit out at that time. But what I would suggest is the new moon that is coming up on the night of the 2nd or early in the morning of the 3rd. You know, this particular new moon is a time to sow a seed for a sense of space, a sense of adventure, a sense of extra learning or awakening learning, a sense of knowing more, filling yourself up. You know, this is a place where we might write. This is a place where we might broadcast, where we might want to share our ideas and teach concepts and things, you know, and if we are interested in teaching, you know, and kind of giving back, we might also want to learn something along the way as well. So there's a lot of religion and spirituality coming up at this time. So this is a lovely, lovely sort of exciting new moon for you. So what you might choose to do, like the 2nd into the 3rd, is get into the energy field of excitement, get into the energy of adventure, get into the energy of feeling uplifted, because that's the energy that this new moon is going to pick up for you and run with. And isn't that great, right? Then as we hit Tuesday and Wednesday, that's the 3rd and the 4th, we have 2 really bonkers, crazy days with lots of different energy, sort of really sort of kind of getting into motion. I would say a lot of it has to do with Venus's position with Pluto and Uranus, and also Neptune, the kite that I mentioned last week in last week's forecast. But actually, you know, that is ongoing. And now Venus has kind of picked up and raised the game a little bit. She's adding a little bit more pressure now, because she's now in a conjunction with the South Node. We are now checking in our ideal behaviors and beliefs about relationships, how we relate to other people, how we can go deeper with other people. But it's from a place of greater responsibility. And now there's a T-square between Venus and Mars, and also Neptune, also including the South and the North Node. So this is really adding fuel to the fire. You know, what I really think has happened in this last week is we've realize that we want to go deeper in our relationships, but that some of our relationships are based on fairy tales, like this idea of, you know, everyone meeting each other's sort of expectations and needs, but, you know, no real honest and easy conversations about it. And so, you know, Venus here is where we might want to serve each other and help each other, especially in the sign of Libra. You know, Mars dancing in between Gemini and Cancer this week is really the energy of serving ourselves first, and taking some pleasure in making sure that you're okay, and also being a bit careless, you know. So we are seeing all these archetypes coming out in our relationships right now, and the fact that they're in a square is really sort of highlighting it, so we can't ignore it. And then they're both in a hard aspect to Neptune, which is the selflessness, the higher love, the delusion, the fairy tale, the creativity, the lies we tell ourselves. So I think there's a lot going on, especially seeing as it's connected to past events, past loves, past relationships, and the future. You know, where do you want to be in your relationships in the future? Do you want to stay in the delusion? Do you want to stay in the relationships where there are no-go areas? Because there's no easy way of discussing it, you know? Or is there a way to see your relationship in more realistic terms, where you realize you'll have needs, where you realize that if you overgive, you're choosing to do that. Nobody's forcing you to do that. You know, so are you overgiving? Are you people pleasing? Which I now realize in a bit of hindsight is also a thing to add on. I probably should have said that last week, but has your people pleasing got too much? Are you doing it too much and then expecting other people to fill in the gaps for you? You know, people please you, please yourself, and then see if people want to put you first. Wise friend of mine, Sarah, hope you're listening, Sarah. Wise friend of mine said, when you put yourself first, everyone else includes you. When you include you, other people put you first. So maybe this is the turnaround. Maybe this is the week where you realize it's important to put yourself first, put yourself into the whole situation. So yeah, that's really going on the 3rd and 4th. And of course, the opposition to Saturn is really showing where the more you do it, the harder it becomes. The more you do it, the more you're feeling disconnected from your loved ones, disconnected from the community. You're feeling really out of sync, and most likely just wanting to clear off and run in the other direction. So that's not very helpful, is it? So as the moon goes into Libra on the 5th and the 6th, we've got a different kind of energy building. To me, it feels like some of the impetuousness has eased off. You know, the moon makes a conjunction to Venus and the South Node, later makes a trine to Jupiter. And so it feels like there are some openings, there's some possibility, there's a sense of communication. And even though the moon does have an opposition to Chiron, where we feel a bit vulnerable, there's enough friendliness around us that we can make it work. Then as we come to the end of the week, there are some high emotions, but thankfully they're not in such a difficult place for you, Capricorns. So yeah, the moon goes into Capricorn. It is making a on the way there, it makes a square to Pluto, one of the planets that's in your actual star sign right now. It's also making a trine to Mars in Cancer. You know, it's bringing up this feeling of needing to take action and really wanting to take action with power. Now, what I would say is the 7th and 8th, you may well be hatching a plan on how you can feel a bit more powerful. But what you want to do is make sure that if you are needing friends to help you, or if you want people involved, to get them involved in such a way that they do not feel powerless. It's very possible that you could create something that gives you all the power. And right now, especially given that Mars is going to come into a series of oppositions with Pluto, and the first one is in the sign of, like, again, through Capricorn and Cancer, you probably don't want to do anything very drastic where you're playing with power and subordinates. You know, I would absolutely say that given the first Pluto and Mars opposition that's coming in early November, on the 3rd of November, you don't want to do anything that's going to raise a lot of power games, unnecessary power games with people who might support you. So, you know, work on that. Now, the last thing I want to share with you, I think, is just about the position of the the position of Mars going into the sign of Cancer. You know, during this time, you're likely to find that the people around you are quite irritable, angry, fed up, narky, slightly aggressive, that they give you a bit of back chat. And so you might choose that you don't want to spend too much time around your loved ones, which would be a shame because this is going on in this part of your chart for the next 2 months. That's kind of a bit difficult. Now, what some of this might be is you projecting your own unspoken, undealt with anger onto the people around you. So, you know how people or psychologists say that what we see in other people, especially the things we don't like in other people, it's often what they're showing us about ourselves. So whatever you're seeing, if you're seeing loads of anger in the people around you, it might be because actually you have got some anger at the moment. You've got some frustrations. You've got some tensions that you haven't quite realized. So, you know, if I was to give you some homework, which I'm obviously not going to, I'm just a YouTuber and I'm just doing this for shits and giggles. I like it. So, you know, this isn't homework, but if you wanted to get ready for the Pluto and Mars oppositions, you might choose to get rid of or to use up, to work with, to make the Mars energy, the fighting energy, the intense opinion energy, the unpopular energy, the selfish energy, the energy that moves and shakes. You might choose to start using it in such a way that it's not built up, that you haven't got this pent up dam of frustration. So whatever's coming up in terms of frustrations in this week ahead, and obviously this is a longer term thing, start working with it. Start asking questions. You know, when you feel something, ask yourself, where did that come from? Wow, how long have I been feeling that? I wonder what I could do to reveal it, to release it. You know, so ask yourself questions about the irritations you're feeling and see where that leads you. The more you can let go of that, the easier things will be. And also, you'll probably move further ahead. You know, you'll be doing yourself some favors for sure. So there you go, Capricorn. I hope that's helpful for you in understanding the energies of the week ahead. If you do need any more, then just get in touch. I can work with you on a personal basis. My details are below, but fear not, I will be back again next week. So hopefully I'll connect with you then. Lots of love. Bye for now. Hey there, Aquarius. So I'm looking at the week ahead for the week starting Monday, the 2nd of September, going all the way to Sunday, the 8th of September. This is a big month. I should just stop saying that because it kind of is. They just all are big, right? But I've just released the September forecast that really sort of delivers a lot of information about the sort of planetary pictures coming up, and I will be breaking them down on a week by week basis with these forecasts. But what is big in this week, and this is the week that I recommend to reflect in. This is the least busy week, I would say, the one where we can reflect and observe our patterns a bit more and recognize if they're bringing us peace or where they're taking off our peaceful path, and so that we can make some little tweaks. But this is the week that we've got the new moon and a sense of new possibilities. And that new moon is in quite an exciting and interesting and possibly triggering part of your chart, but could really create a lot of release. We've also got Mars changing signs in this week ahead into the sign of Cancer. He's going to be there for 2 months. And I do want to sort of give you a heads up about something related to Mars, which I did actually talk about earlier in this show. So check that out as well if you're interested. I am also going to talk about Venus going into a conjunction with the South Node, which is interesting because if you remember last week, if you watched your forecast last week, I was talking about the kite energy between Venus, Pluto, and Uranus leading up to an opposition with Neptune. So it forms like a kite shape. Now that energy is ongoing. I haven't specifically drawn it into the chart because there are other things going on as well. But Venus has now also moved into a T-square. So she's also in a square with Mars, and Mars's new position. So they've both shifted. She's close to the South Node. She's exactly opposite the North Node and is still in opposition to Neptune. So there's something quite big going on with Venus, and I want to pick up on that, almost like a follow-on from last week, to do with how we are in our relationships right now. And then the other thing that we've got, and this is obviously one of your rulers is Saturn, the other is Uranus, but Saturn is in a opposition to the Sun. It's in opposition to the Sun all week. It's in opposition to the new moon too. So the Saturn pattern is also something to bear in mind when you're thinking about the new moon and how you might want to play with the new moon energies. And then finally, I just want to give you a little bit of a heads up about the Uranus and Pluto energy that's ongoing, but Uranus is also one of your rulers. So lots going on. So first of all, we are in the waning phase as we go into this this week ahead. It quickly goes into a new moon position where we have the new moon in Virgo here in your chart. And then the moon starts to wax again, starts to slowly grow bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And we'll do so for another week before going into the eclipse on the 18th, around about here. So, we are at the end of one moon phase and then starting a brand new one. And so that's the thing. From the 3rd is this feeling of a new start. So on the 2nd, as we're going into this week, don't do too much energetically, create some space for yourself. Think about what you might like to achieve in this week, in this month ahead. In this next lunar cycle, what would really mean a lot to you? Now, some of the themes to do with this lunar cycle for you, apart from physical health and neatening up things, getting organized and getting your life working right, they're all Virgo themes. But there's also this inner psychology, old resentments, old embarrassments, things that have not worked out, things that you felt ashamed about or blamed and where you felt guilted. These are all themes for this particular new moon. So you might want to focus on a complete release of these negative emotions that might be holding you down and holding you back. You might want to focus on what it would feel like to be completely free of shame, free of guilt, free of blame. To not give a damn about it, just to think, I'm okay. I'm enough the way I am. I'm completely enough being me. And I don't need to take other people's expectations seriously anymore. So, whatever it is that you're creating for yourself as a possibility coming into the 3rd, what I absolutely would advise you do is feel your way into it from the moment we start this week, from now even, from the moment you listen to this, get into the emotional state of feeling the new moon, feeling your new moon presence for this month ahead, feeling how you want the world to react to you. And if it's a feeling of freedom and a feeling of moving on and a feeling of natural health that comes from that feeling of freedom, wow, what a spectacular way to start the new lunar cycle. So then from the 3rd and the 4th, which is Tuesday and Wednesday of this week, we have some really strong emotional entanglement situations, which, given how they're laid out in your chart with this 8th house of blame, shame, guilt, and anger, to me, it feels like whatever you've set as your goal for your new moon way of being, to me, it feels like you're going to get tested on it straight away. So don't be dismayed. Whatever is coming up, it's because of, the energetic change. I really feel like when we make our life safe, old stuff comes up. A bit like, if a child is upset, they're not going to tell you what's upsetting them when they don't feel safe. But the moment you make them feel safe, all of a sudden they start to talk. Once they realize they're not in trouble, or that, you are a responsible adult, you just want to listen to them, they open up. And it's the same, it's the same with our bodies. The things we hold on to, all the time we don't feel safe, they stay hidden. But once we create a sense of joy or openness or safety, things bubble up because it feels like we might be at the right stage to deal with old stuff. So the 3rd and the 4th is likely one of these days. Essentially, it's also building up on what you were learning about yourself in your relationships last week. So if you had a difficulty, if you realize that some of your relationships maybe have been a bit unrealistic, and that you want to go deeper in your relationships, but the only way to do that is to actually see them as real. Like, the fairy tale gloves are off now. You have to like take off your fairy tale glasses and start to realize that you are a real person with a real person. They're not there to service your needs unless they absolutely want to. But, it's that level of how beholden to each other are we? Where do we have to look after ourselves first? Is there anything about reciprocity? Does that exist? Does it have to exist? All of those things, about unconditional love, how realistic is it? I think anywhere where there's a little bit of confusion between you and your partner or partners or family, there's going to be problems. So, and the 3rd and the 4th, all of these things are coming up. So where you've got needs that might sound like demands, there's likely to be an element of sacrifice going on with one of you, and also a feeling of growing resentment, which would really fit into this part of the chart. So just notice what comes up and recognize that you can be free of this, but you have to free yourself. You have to recognize if you want to be free, then you have to take those expectations off your partner, and that takes a while because we've been raised into these fairy tale relationships, where everything works out exactly as we think it does, and of course that's not true. Or maybe it might be for some, but for most of us, it's not. As we come further into the week, Thursday and Friday, I think we're coming into a time of peace and quiet, which is nice, a growing sense of peace. It feels like the 3rd and 4th has been quite a wrench. It's made us quite busy. We've had lots to deal with. And so Thursday and Friday, the 5th and 6th come up. The moon's in the sign of Libra. It's a fellow air sign. It's really quite nice for you. The moon connects with Venus, the south node, also makes a lovely trine to Jupiter. So there's this feeling of carefree. It's a time to be gentle, a time to explore outside, take a walk, go for a little trip. Just enjoy yourself, have that feeling of freedom. And then towards the end of the week, Saturday and Sunday, the 7th and 8th, there are some very high and strong feelings. Now, this is also in a very public part of your chart. So it starts off with the moon in a square to Pluto. There's also Uranus in a square to Mercury in Taurus, which is likely to stir up a lot of previously unknown information, maybe to do with home and relationships, that suddenly comes up and it's like, oh my God, how did I not know that? So there's a feeling of a lack of control at home and in your relationships. And then there's the moon in a trine with Mars as well. So there's a lot of really strong and passionate feelings. And at that time, in particular on the Sunday, the 8th, the Sun and Saturn go into the perfect opposition. So it's again, the subject of where do we have our power? Do we get our power by having other people serve us, or do we empower ourselves? These are really, really strong themes coming up again and again and again. Of course, this is in your 10th house. So you might find it easier to consider, how can I feel powerful in my career? How can I feel powerful in the world? How can I feel powerful even if I don't have the usual trappings of power? I don't know. But it's quite an intense time. But if you have time to work on something quite intense that you need to clear for your career, I actually think that could be quite beneficial. So you could use the intensity to really knuckle down into something, like really clean up something. So I do think that can be used in a positive way. The last thing I want to mention then, and that is to have an awareness of the position of Mars. I mentioned in the first part of this video that Mars is coming into an opposition with Pluto. Not just yet, but it's happening. And Mars is going to take 2 months to come here, around about the month and a half mark. Pluto, so that's around mid-October. Mid-October, Mars is coming into a wide opposition with Pluto. Pluto's here during this time. And then they have their first opposition really across this angle here. It's really, really intense. And, you know, what you get with Pluto and Mars, they're both powerful. They both want power. Pluto has the upper hand, but Mars is embodied. Mars is a physical human, and it's about our survival, whereas Pluto is the idea of power, you know, not necessarily the power that we ever meet. But Pluto also talks about invisible power, hidden power, the power struggles that we assume other people have power over us. Pluto is also the lengths we might go to have control and power in our lives. So it could be an inner archetype of us fighting between two aspects of our personality, which one's going to work out, you know. But whatever is going on, you can only have these power struggles when you've got these unanswered, unopened kind of issues to do with your personal power and frustrations that you're not attending to. Given that this is happening over a really important part of your chart, and that these oppositions will be going on from November right the way through to the end of April of next year, it's worth paying some attention to easing off some of the frustration that you might have felt building up. And if you feel things building up, think, okay, where am I feeling the pressure? Like, is it your job? Is it your home? Is it the relentless pace? Is it your money? Is it your health? What is it? What is it you're feeling pressured about? What are you feeling angry about? What do you feel is unfair? Where do you feel threatened? Where do you feel unempowered? Like you have no power, you have no agency. And everything that comes up, it's important to vocalize it or to write it down and maybe get some help about it, or like buy books about it or find information online. There are a gazillion different ways where we can get help and support right now. And I absolutely think there's so many people feeling disempowered that there's going to be even more coming up right now. So this is about you finding your power by recognizing that you have frustrations and attending to them, not in a shocked and I must get this done kind of way, because that's not going to help you. But you know, if you can see what's going on and attend to it as if you're lovingly attending to one of your children who's hurt their knee, you'll be able to coach yourself through this. So that's where I want to leave this, Aquarius. I hope that's helpful to you. Have a great week ahead. If I can be of any help, then just get in touch. All of my details are below. But have a phenomenal week ahead and catch up real soon. Bye for now. Hey there, Pisces. So this is your weekly forecast, taking you from Monday, the 2nd of September until the 8th, Sunday, the 8th of September. Now, September is quite a big month, and there's an eclipse in your own sign at the end of this month, or midway through on the 18th, 19th. There's also a season change. We've got the autumn equinox or the September equinox, or even the spring equinox if you're down under. We've got Mars changing signs. Pluto has changed signs literally today that I'm recording this. Yeah, lots of big patterns going on, big shifts. So in this forecast, you know, this is the quieter of the 4 weeks. There are, well, 2 quiet ones. This is the one that I recommend you reflect and observe your patterns. It's not necessarily one to take direct action, but it is one to open up and have conversations with. But again, it's very much about reflecting, observing, reviewing. And this is the week that has the new moon. And I love new moons. And of course, this new moon is quite a special one for you because it's in your opposing sign. So there is something really quite strong about it. It's bringing up everything to do with relationships, everything to do with the other and othering, everything to do with sharing. It's quite a big one. So what I want to do in this short video is short forecast is walk you through on a day-by-day basis, kind of like a rough overview of how things are going to work as the moon goes through the signs from Leo right the way through to the end of Scorpio. Talk about the biggest aspects that are happening this week. The new moon on the 3rd is big. It's opposite Saturn in your own house. Also talk about Mars changing signs. He's going into the sign of Cancer this week. Talk about this opposition to Saturn because that's quite a big one. And also I want to touch on Venus in a conjunction to the South Node. Now, I mentioned a lot about Venus last week because she's making a kite with Neptune, Pluto, and Uranus. So it makes like a kite shape. And I was talking about how We might want to have deeper conversations, deeper connections, deeper relationships with people. And yet there is something that is bringing up an element of distrust, or an element of too good to be true, an element of something that doesn't quite work when we're not quite understanding what's going on. We're not quite seeing the big picture. In this week, I think we really get to see the big picture, because this opposition between Venus and Neptune is in a T-square with Mars. So Mars is creating some real grit to get this pattern out into the open. And they're also, like, Venus is in a tight conjunction with the South Node as well. So this is really getting stronger now. You know, the nodes are involved. This is a pattern that, if you can clear it now, will really, really help you. So I want to talk about that. And then obviously Jupiter's going to come into the conversation. Jupiter's one of your rulers. And obviously I will be mentioning Neptune's sort of energies. So there's lots going on for you. Okay, so what I'm going to do is start with a sort of step through the days. So the 2nd into the 3rd, like the moment you hit the 2nd, this is the time to clear your decks a little bit. We're in the tail end of the waning phase of the last moon and coming into the new moon. This is the time to build your energy as to what it is you're wanting to feel the energy of. Now, new moons in the opposing sign often bring up messages of relationships. It brings up a feeling of connection and partnership. And so if you are wanting to feel like there is a partner, or there's a better relationship with a partner, as you go into the 2nd and come into the 3rd, wouldn't it be great if you could just feel the emotion, feel the feeling in your body as if you have a partner, as if you've already resolved that for yourself, as if you're already in a loving relationship? Like, feel it clearly, really build it for yourself, not to create a feeling of, oh yeah, I can create that feeling, and then I go, oh, then I don't feel it because I look at the reality. This is about vibrating with the feeling as if it's already happened. So do it to the level that you can. You know, feel the love that you might have for yourself. If you can radiate out that love, the love for self, I actually think that really helps, you know, because the amount of love you have for yourself shows the amount of love you could have for somebody else as well. So anywhere where you have loving relationships, really let that come out like it's coming out of all of your pores. Let your love flow freely. And I think that's the best preparation for the new moon, so that the new moon is picking up on your energy and saying, okay, love, let's bring more love. And of course, then we're into the new moon, and then we're off into a new waxing phase. So like for the rest of the week from the 3rd, the moon is slowly getting bigger and bigger. Like slowly, it's a time of new growth. It's a time of new possibility and an opportunity to feel hopeful, you know, like something is growing, there's a new possibility. So hold on to that as your set point. You know, I think that's really, really helpful. And then the 3rd and the 4th, this is the time of the sort of crazy expectations and relationship intel that's coming in right now. So, you know, whatever you were learning about Venus last week in her kite, you know, where I was saying it's important to recognize where you've got unclear ideas about your relationships, unclear ideas about what you want in a relationship, and how you might be disappointed. You know, Venus and Neptune in opposition really create a disillusionment. You know, it's time to take those kind of Cinderella glasses off, the fairy tale, and to get with the grit of relationships. You know, this is actually a planetary time where we can have much deeper relationships, because they're built on something really real, you know, like real truth. And it's not just your truth, but it's your partner's truth as well. And you can only get to there if you're open enough to listen to each other, like really deeply, even if it hurts to listen to each other. That's the level that we're talking about. So yeah, that's quite deep. And of course, on the 3rd and the 4th, we're also feeling it because of Mars's position. You know, Mars is in a tight square to Neptune right at the start of this week. You know, and that square brings up a level of despondency. It's like you want to get your needs met and you don't know how to. You want to take action and yet you don't know how to. When you do take action, there's this feeling that that there's some selfishness or it's very difficult, I think, to act with Neptune. Neptune is always there kind of dampening the action. And then Mars in a square to Venus really brings up an impetuousness and a competition between the male and female styles. You know, one is absolutely giving, not to sort of make any gender assertions, but, you know, one is much more about receivership and helping others first. The other is about seeing to themselves first. It's not to say one is stronger than the other, but when Neptune's involved, it's like there's a bit of a dream, you know, where one is just going to keep on giving and one is going to keep on taking. So how do we get that balance? I suspect this archetype is going to get played up in your life in a myriad of different ways. It might be in your conversations with your family. It's always you that's picking up the phone, or, you know, but the important thing here is just to recognize that just because people might not be matching you with the same intensity doesn't mean they love you any less. It just might not be a value that they share. But of course, we've made these things mean something. So if anything, this week is about letting go of the meanings that we've made other people's behavior mean. You know, it's like saying, okay, I did think this. Now I realize that maybe I had wrong thinking. And why wouldn't you? You know, our culture is full of faulty thinking and beliefs. It's full of stuff, all these tales, these ideas, these myths of what a perfect relationship looks like. So I think this is really, stuff is getting really real for people. And of course, the opposition between Saturn and the Sun is exemplifying that, because, you know, at some level, you're looking for a formal understanding of where you stand, where your boundaries are and how things are. And, you know, if the people you're related to aren't matching that, it's really difficult to plan your life. Then Thursday and Friday, the 5th and the 6th, the energy changes in a really nice way. The moon is connecting to Venus and the South Node. It's whimsical. It's kind of nostalgic. It's giving you a bit of time off. And then it's making a lovely trine to Jupiter, which is really helpful because it's giving you hope again that, you know, anything is possible and that, you know, you can go through real intense emotions, but then also release them just shortly after. So, you know, that's good. We're always changing. Then Saturday and Sunday, the 7th and the 8th, are particularly strong and powerful. Now, for everyone else, I've said, oh, this is really quite tough. But for you, it's happening in the 9th house, which actually is quite helpful. So you are feeling powerful, you are feeling strong, and it's giving you a deep intensity to learn more about spirituality and religion, to learn more about the things that you are absolutely passionate about, and to get off on an adventure. You know, it feels like there's not much you can't do. The only thing stopping you is yourself. So, you know, where there are power issues with other people about values and stuff, that's, I could see that occur. But ultimately, you know, as far as Saturday and Sunday goes, it's pretty well nicely mapped out for you. Now, the situation of Mars going into the sign of Cancer, he's going to be in the sign of Cancer for 2 months. And during that time, he's going to bring a lot of protectiveness and dedication to everything that you're wanting to look after. So if you've got children, having Mars comes through this might show that you're needing to protect your children more, or that they might be a little bit more agitated. You know, anyone that shows up in the 5th in your life, you know, it might be your partner, it might be your creations, like your output, like the work that you do, the creations, the things that you're passionate about. You may well find that the things you're passionate about are creating aggression or irritations, are being like that, or you're feeling like that towards them. So, you know, this is quite a big thing to look at. The reason why I say it's a big thing to look at is because at the end of this time, around November the 3rd, there is the first of 3 big oppositions between Mars and Pluto. And these are going to be in opposition, pretty much working from November until the end of April. So it's quite a long time. So anywhere where you're feeling tense with your children, or the people that you might look after, the people that you're passionate about and intimate with, so it could be your sexual partner, any of your creations, like if you are like writing something, creating something that you want to release at some point, anywhere where you're feeling frustrations, it's important to manage your way through those as soon as you can. so that as we're coming into this time of oppositions, the things that you're creating aren't going to get in the way of the kind of power struggles. You know, they're not going to be part of it. You know, so I really think wherever you're feeling aggression or irritation right now, take it as a message. You know, at the start, I said this week is about observing patterns, having conversations and recognizing what's going on, you know, staying as rational and out of it as possible. So anywhere where you're seeing that, can you write it down, look at it as information, not as this person is wrong and they're wrong because of this reason. You know, anywhere where you're feeling that, make a note and have a look at it with a cold, cool head, you know, or find someone to talk it through with. You know, we are living in the times when we can do that. So I hope that's helpful. Last thing that I want to bring up, and that is just about Neptune. You know, Neptune is also coming to the end of his time in this sign, but he's not there yet. But he will come out of this first house. This first house experience has been there to really make you define who you are, really get used to losing yourself before B, finding yourself. So I actually think you're at the finding yourself part of this process. You're getting closer and closer to the idea of who you think you really are. So I think you can congratulate yourself on that and give yourself some credit. You know, so whatever is going on this week, take it as intel from the cosmos. This is a really, truly cosmic month. You know, and you will see it play out on a week by week basis as I do these forecasts, but have a great week ahead. I hope you observe lots of patterns. I hope you find it useful. If I can be of any help, then just get in touch. But until that point, catch you next week. Bye for now. So there you go. They were my thoughts about the week ahead. I'm quite exhilarated after that and a little bit tired. Lots and lots going on. Like I said, I did quite a lot of personal learning last week. I was super frustrated. It was an absolutely irritating to my core kind of week, I have to say. And I discovered so many of my own little foibles, loads of my own little patterns that I hadn't been quite aware of. And now I cannot ignore them at all. So I hope you've had similar discoveries about yourself that are helpful, that, you know, you can move on from without having to feel too bad about it. Anyway, have a great month ahead. If I can be of any help, then just get in touch. You know, the new moon video is out now. And I'm going to be releasing quite a few this month, including a galactic center Neptune video with Trassa from Goddess Inspire and all sorts of different stuff. So yeah, keep it real. Speak to you soon. And yeah, get in touch if I can be of any help, or if you've got any other subjects that you'd like me to cover. Anyway, thanks for joining me and catch you another time. Bye for now.